Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of Day 2 here at the 2025 Summerset National Fours, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined for the second day by Dave Edwards to commentate what we've got in front of us. And Dave, can you talk us through the teams that we're going to see for the first game today?
Okay, we're switching our attention to the ladies' competition today, and yes, we have got two very competent teams on display here today. The first one is skipped by Kerry Heffer, contains Jan Shirley, a former blackjack player, Laurel Cheney and Kerry Williams. They basically come from around the Christchurch area here, although Kerry Heffer, of course, is a true blue Southlander, member of the Tarangi Club, but the other ladies are from around the Canterbury area. The other team is skipped by Barbara Archer from the Tyree Club in Dunedin, and she has Jan Hall and Barbara Walker, her clubmates. And the fourth member of their team at lead is Kathy King from the Andersons Bay Club in Dunedin. So, yes, we have an all South Island affair here for the ladies, and should be a good game here. We've got some quality players on display. As I mentioned, Jan Shirley, a former blackjack, Kerry Heffer, been in underage national squads in the past, and has performed exceptionally well on the national stage in past years. And and then we've got some up-and-comers as well as some very experienced players in the Barbara Archer side. So looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it should be good. It's of note to say that the Kerry Heffer, Jan Shirley team, surprisingly to be fair, can't qualify in this tournament. They've had more than 2 losses, so they're here to ruin everyone else's day. That's what you do when you can't qualify, but quite surprising when you look at the strength of that team.
I couldn't believe it actually when I heard that they had failed to qualify, but that's what can happen at these nationals. We talked about yesterday about, just the ordinary club team that plays together regularly, knows each other's play like the back of their hands. They can quite often upset the more fancied teams. So obviously Kerry Heffer's side have suffered the 3 losses, which has eliminated them from the competition for post-section play, but as Kerry said to me, we can annoy a couple of teams now. So
sometimes it allows you to play your best bowls too, doesn't it? If you've had a tournament where you're not quite gelling as well as you could, strange as it seems, once you're actually out of contention and you can relax and just play your natural game. It's sometimes when we see the best bowls from those teams.
The first thing to note today, of course, for those people that watched yesterday, the difference in the weather conditions. We have very, very cool conditions in Christchurch. This morning I walked out of my accommodation and promptly turned around and went back in and put the jeans, took the shorts off and put the jeans on. It's a lot colder. There is the threat of rain around. We have heard from a couple of the other venues that there has been some greens that have got a bit flooded and some delays have occurred at some of the other greens, but we've been very fortunate here at headquarters greens at the Burnside Club. No rain to speak of as yet, but my word, there's plenty of threatening clouds around, and it's a lot cooler than it was yesterday, Alex.
Yeah, I believe I'm very confident that it won't rain, because I spent a considerable time this morning weatherproofing the camera setup. So that would mean that there'll be no rain at all today. It'll be sunshine and no wind. Just how it goes in Christchurch. You can see the wind's picked up that bowl. Speaking of no wind, as it ripped across from the right to the left. Oh, just to explain the sticker situation. Obviously the blue stickers match the scoreboard, and the white stickers for Kerry Heffer's team. Makes it it's a more contrasting colour for me, and if anyone's questioning it, I'm colourblind, so I just gave the stickers out. But white stickers for Kerry Heffer and co, and the blue stickers for the Dunedin team. Oh, just passing by.
So the conditions are going to be challenging today with that wind. It's a cold southerly wind out there, and it's a lot more brisk than what it was yesterday, so that is going to create some issues for the players. As we take our first look at Jan Shirley playing at 3 for Kerry Heifer. As I mentioned, Jan, a former black cap player from a number of years ago and a very competent player. She's had 2 national pairs titles, National Open pairs champion twice, so she knows what it's like to win these titles, but she's not going to get the chance to do that this year, as we've already mentioned, with them failing to qualify for post-section.
Was it Burnside on a windy, cold day that Jan won her most recent pairs title, playing with Kelly McKerahan. So she's no stranger to challenging conditions. I played lovely bowls on that occasion.
At the moment, it's the one shot to the Kerry Heifer team, courtesy of I think it was Kerry Williams' bowl that was drawn nice and handy there.
Looking to make that correction, Jan. She overplayed her first bowl, giving it plenty of room to breathe here.
That's about how much you do need to give it. It's just a smidgen wide, but perfect weight. Hello, we've got the good luck charm on the end of the rink.
That's amazing. That's fantastic. I love that. Wonder if it has a name. Must have a name, you would think.
So that'll be 2 to Kerry Heifer's team at the moment. Jan would have, her bowl will be counting. The orange bowl out there to the right of the jack. Pretty scattered head, and probably to be expected for 2 reasons. One, it's their very first end, so obviously it's going to take them a while to settle into the vagaries of the rink, and also we're probably going to have a few ends like this with this wind around. It's going to create havoc somewhat. Barbara Archer with her first bowl, and she's on a pretty good line here. She's in the area here. Might be just got a little bit of speed on.
Just passing through.
So here's Kerry Heifer from the Tarangi Club in Southland.
Had a lot of success over the years. Plays an aggressive game. And found something quite amusing. Barbara Archer's team, Dave, are 3 out of 4. They won their first game 17-11. Their second game 21-19. That's a big scoring game over 18 ends. Were defeated by Emma Bailey, Lil Hayworth, Diane Templeton and Gillian Abel 21-11. And then got over the line this morning 13 shots to 11 against Annette Piper, Janet Oliver, Gloria Michael and Michelle McDonald. So 3 out of 4. They'll be feeling okay with that as an effort so far.
Yep, they just need one more game, either win this one or the next game that they'll play, the last of the qualifying rounds. But as I said, Kerry made the comment, now that we can't qualify, we're just going to upset a couple of teams.
There's nothing that you dread hearing more when you're playing in section play at bowls and you go, how have you been going? And the opposition goes, no, no good. We can't qualify. And you think, oh dear. They're going to be playing with quite some freedom. And it is at least 2 shots to Kerry Heifer. 2 on the first end. Be interesting as we watch this game progress, Dave. Yesterday we're on the same television rink, and the ditch hand, so the side to the right as we see it, was not favoured by many players at all over the 30-something, 40 ends we watched. I'll be interested to see, given that the wind is blowing from the left to the right, which should make the ditch end even straighter than it was, what side we see favoured today.
It will be interesting, actually, and it begs the question around when you've got a wind involved in the game and it's a crosswind, do we play with the wind or do we play against the wind? In other words, do we play the narrow hand where the wind is pushing the bowl out, or do we play the big wide hand where the wind is bringing the bowl back? And it is a very good debate, and we've always worked on the theory that play the wide hand, and the reason being that at least your bowl is being brought back into play. Whereas if you're playing the narrow hand and you get the big bad gust of wind, quite often it can blow your bowl almost off the rink. However, if you are mastering the tight hand, and some people do latch onto it when it's a bit breezy, and if someone can do that, then go for gold. But generally the theory is that you're better off playing this wide hand here now that Kerry is playing, as the bowl will be brought back into play by the wind.
I think that makes sense. You and Joe changed my mind on that. We did a couple of... You've been part of the commentary team for a season or two, and we've often had this conversation in the wind, and my opinion was always, and it holds true if it's not windy, if you've got a straight hand and a swinging hand, a straight hand you get punished less, because you can miss by less and you don't get punished at the end. But I hadn't applied the logic when you get a gust of wind or quite a dramatic wind. I think it is different. So I agree with you. If you deliver your bowl out and the wind blows it back in, at least you can guarantee that your bowl is coming back. So I think you get robbed less in the wind on a swinging hand. And if it's not windy, I'd play the straight hand.
To be fair, the wind looks like it's dropped away a bit now. I'm not tempting fate and hope it doesn't spring up again, but it looks like it's sort of dropped to a lot less than what it was earlier on, as we see Kerry.
Lovely leading.
Two very handy bowls there.
Yeah, just enough wind to get the flags.
Earlier on they were standing to attention big time, but they're not quite so vigorous now. So hopefully that's a good sign for the players. As things will settle down. And good reply here from Kathy King.
This is a nice header four setting up after the first fall. That's good leading from both of these players.
So this is Laurel Cheney. She's from the Rakaya Club.
Mid-Canterbury.
Mid-Canterbury, yep. That's a wee way down the South Island, down State Highway 1. Look at that hooping back.
Oh.
There's the big swing back with the wind assistance there.
That's a lovely... Isn't it pretty to watch when the bowl comes back to the centre line like that? Barbara.
So this is Barbara Walker, yep. Just waiting for the rink next door. They're just kicking some bowls back out of the way. I think they've finished their head, or maybe they were just walking up to the head. And so it can be off-putting. Out the corner of your eye, you see movement like that on the rink next door.
It's quite good team management from Barbara Archer to actually stop her two and say, no, just wait until it's been played.
Look at that for a great bowl.
Oh, well played.
Beautiful bowl. It was worth waiting for, and once again really took a massive amount of green there, and the wind assisted, brought it back in beautifully. So a nice looking head building up here.
Tight. I blame you, Dave. Although I don't think you'd quite said that before she let go of the bowl, but watch this. It's just going to hook right across.
Yep.
You get punished if you don't take your green on that side. Perfect weight.
And it is a shame because she played her first bowl so very well and only needed to repeat the same line, but yep, it was tight. A tight line straight out of her hand. You could see it immediately.
This looks nice again.
Unlike this one from Barbara Walker, where once again she's taken her grasp beautifully, and look at this coming back now. What a great bowl this is.
This is beautiful play from these teams. That's exceptional. Yeah, I'd be happy. If your 2 does that every end, you'd be a pretty hard team to beat. That's 2 bowls within 8 inches.
Absolutely, and leads and 2s, they're vital. They set things up, and it's a common saying, it probably more so in pairs, but also in leads and 2s and the 4s, that the leads and 2s will dictate who will win the game, and the 3s and 4s will decide by how many. And in pairs, it's the lead will decide who wins the game, and the skips will decide by how many. And so if you've got real good, solid front end members of your team, you're on the right track, and you're going to win more than you lose. Remember the scrap in the off season, the scraps that used to go on, just the discussions amongst skips. They wanted the best lead, and there would be discussions in the clubhouse, and the best leads in the club would get cornered by various skips. Oh, come and play for me, and this is where we'll go, and this is what we'll do. And it was, if you were a very, very good lead, you were a sought after commodity.
I think there's something to be said for that too. If you're looking for longevity in the game, if you can find yourself a space as a specialist lead where you're just playing very steady draw bowls, you can literally do that for 30 or 40 years and have a lot of success. Not everyone has to play up in the team.
Bit of an attacking shot here from Jan Shirley. If she gets underneath that bowl there, she's close.
Oh, robbed. That was very close.
So still the 2 shots to the Barbara Archer skip side. Both of those bowls delivered by her too, Barbara Walker. 2 excellent draw bowls.
So there's a great efficiency of names in these 2 teams, isn't there? We've got 2 Kerrys, 2 Barbaras. And what's this? Is just an endeavour at a covering bowl by the looks.
Yep, round the back.
Happy with what you're holding.
Oh, is she going to stay? Oh no, might be overcooked it.
Not quite. So I'd expect to see Kerry play with a bit of aggression here on the backhand, as we saw Jan play.
Yep, I think that's the shot. Up there on the backhand, underneath that short bowl.
Chances left, right and centre.
You can actually choose your speed too, really. What speed you want to go at, whether you're just arriving speed or a lot quicker.
You'd be unlucky to not get you'd be unlucky not to get a good result if she can be within 3 or 4 feet green wise, because you hit the shot bowl, that's a good result. If you get the jack, it's a good result. There's space to use. There's a short bowl that Kerry might be able to use to get herself back into the head. So we'll see what weight she opts to play. Over to the left on the mat. Oh, very much to the left on the mat, so it'll hook late.
Bit too wide here, I think. That's the hand that's being held by the wind a little bit, and she started it way too wide.
Yeah, look at that, still not turning.
So Barbie, it could be that she goes round the back here, tries to get that back bowl, and no, she's attempted to draw another shot, but hasn't made a very good job of it, to be fair. So Jan Shirley asking for a little bit less weight from Kerry, I guess, to let her bowl turn more. Is she going to get underneath that bowl? She's close. She's close here.
It wouldn't turn too much. Oh, she might have done it. Oh, look, it's one of the results, wasn't it?
She was in the area, definitely, and it was probably a good call from Jan to play with less weight, let the bowl turn, especially when it's fighting that wind. And it looks like it's very close for who's got the shot now. Draw to the pink bowl. Good call there from Jan Hall. And it's a measure, she says, for shot. So Good result there for Kerry Heifer and a well-played bowl.
Oh, I don't think that's going to come back.
That's how wide you need to be on the other side of the rink with the wind assistance. But now we might have to see, somebody will have to get down and have a look at this, I think, with the measuring sticks.
I feel like it is one to that white stickered bowl. It just looked like the jack had sprung enough. You just about need calipers for this too. There's not much space between the two.
Let's hope the heads continue along this
Oh, lovely stuff, isn't it?
vein, because that was, yeah.
A nice end of bowls to watch. Pretty good after the, you've had one trial end essentially, and then straight into it. So we'll see who goes first.
So it was 1-2 Kerry Heifer's team. Kerry Williams is placing the mat and sending the jack down the green, so
and the sun's come out again. Brilliant.
So the bowls in use here, the Jan Shirley's team, 3 of them use the Greenmaster Premier.
Goodness.
Yeah, Kerry Williams, Laurel Cheney and Jan Shirley. And Kerry Heifer uses the Taylor GTR, so
The Greenmaster,
3 Greenmasters. Yep.
are they a sub-brand or are they their own one? Are they a Taylor's?
Yeah, they were a sub-brand of Taylor. I'm not quite sure where they sit nowadays, but
Certainly they're one of the less seen bowls
they are
in New
now.
Zealand.
Yeah, they were pretty popular a few years ago. Still some of them about when you see these ladies using them.
Oh, there's three out of four. Three out
of the 4 of them are using. Whoopsie, we've had a bit of luck here and run into the jack.
Oh, we used
as Kathy King.
to call those first year touches.
Yeah. So the jack, I think, has ended up in the ditch. So that was a real lucky ran into the jack scenario, which I think has ended up putting the jack in the ditch. So they're all going to be drawing to the ditch now. Yes, the little marker there right beside the number 1 on the bank, I think, signifies exactly where the jack is.
Going to be an interesting head now because you're drawing to, or you're playing ahead to a target that can't move. The jack can't move anymore, so it's static. Almost more like curling for the rest of the end. We didn't see Kathy's bowl follow the jack into the ditch because she wasn't heavy enough, but it's the only toucher on the rink.
So Barbara Walker on the draw. She sent it out with the right amount of green, but she might be a bit quick and it's going to take a wee swim. So the Barbara Archer skipped team, there's 2 sets of bowls. Barbara and Jan use the Optima, the Aero Optima, and Barbara and Kathy both using the Henselite XGs. So we've got a variety of bowls on display out here. This one looks far too quick again. We're going to be taking another swim here.
It's a shot that we probably don't practice as much as we should.
Correct. It's something the New Zealand teams we always used to, when we got to a venue for the first time, have lots of practice obviously, and one of the things that we did was spend quite an amount of time, especially the back end players, but drawing to the ditch just to see how the bowl reacts. Is it pulling up, will it stay on the rink if you've got the right speed, or some greens tend to have a little slope down to the ditch, and so you can't actually draw right to the edge of the ditch. So you need to find those things out. But one of the other things I think that we sometimes do is, in this situation, Barbara had the right call for her player that just played the bowl. Your first attempt at drawing to the ditch on a quicker screen like we've got here, just draw to the 2 metre mark. Try to draw to the 2 metre mark. With your first bowl, if you attempt to get right as close as you can to the ditch, 99% of the time you'll go in the ditch. But if you can just draw to the 2 metre mark with your first one, make the adjustment with your second one. Tends to be the way to go if you've got 2 bowls at it, that is. This one here looks like it's got too much speed on as well. So we're getting plenty of bowls up on the bank here.
It can feel a bit ridiculous sometimes, eh? When you're in a team and you all just feel like you're hoofing the bowl into the ditch, and you see them start getting lined up on the bank. Thinking, what's going on?
Let's see if Jan, with her experience here, she should be able to do what I said first up, and that is to draw to the 2 metre mark. And so she's dropped it a little bit short, but that's better than having your bowl go flying into the ditch in this instance. I mean, we don't like short bowls normally, but at least now she knows, okay, I felt how much that was. I can now correct.
Oh, it's a lovely delivery from Jan Hall. Look like Blue Optimus. And that's plenty of room for the bowl to breathe. The green should be good here. This is close.
Will it stop? Will it stop in time? Yes, it will. Great bowl. Well played.
Absolutely outstanding shot. Looked nice all the way, didn't it?
It did.
Came out sweet.
Took the green as well. That's the big thing. The green, the wider you go, that's the bowl's got further to travel. It'll take the speed off of it for you and enable it to pull up on the edge of the bank like it did there for her. Let's see if Jan can make her adjustment. Well grassed again here. Oh, might be just going a tad. Let's have a look. Oh no, what a great bowl. Very good reply.
Yeah, outstanding. It's one of those bowlers that is enjoyable to sit and watch play a game, Jan Shirley.
Good adjustment. So got the feel with her first bowl, and then just made that adjustment on speed. And you're right, it's a superb delivery that Jan's got. Looks like it might be a bit narrow this time.
Just pinched it a little. Helped a bit by the wind, but it was narrow all the way, really, that bowl. And you can see the weight. The weight she got out, the weight lovely. It was essentially level with her first bowl. Just underneath. And I would say that it is Jan Shirley's bowl holding the shot. They lead by 3 after 2 ends.
We can see there's a few winter woolies on a lot of the players in the background there. It definitely is very chilly here today. Yesterday was very pleasant temperature wise. The day before, the days that most players arrived and had a bit of a practice, it was stinking hot, and players all said it was quite uncomfortable hot, and today it's uncomfortable cold.
That'll teach him.
Oh, just fell in.
He slightly overplayed.
You talk about, we talked earlier on about specialist leads and how you can, if you decide that's your go and you're going to stay there. You know, the one person who springs to mind for me is Tony Grantham. He was one guy who made it quite clear to us as a selection panel when I was involved with the New Zealand squad that, unlucky there, that lead was his go. He doesn't want to do anything else but lead, you know. He's a very competent singles player too, Tony. He's won a national singles title, in fact, but he's just stuck to his guns, and as a result, he's had a hugely successful career as a lead. Won a lot of titles.
It can't be underestimated. Won his 5th title. Here it was. The year before last, 2023, or might have been maybe the 2024 Nationals, when Gary and Tony won the pairs, playing the Kelleher brothers.
That's right.
out the front of the commentary booth. No, it's an option that I think a lot of players, we feel like we are supposed to progress up. We're supposed to start at lead and then you get to be a 2 and then a 3 and then a skip. But that's not the way it's not the way it needs to work at all. And we did see another shot on the board for Kerry Heifer and her team. So 4-0 they lead now after 3 ends. And playing well. It's hard to understand what's happened in the previous games. You know, they're playing like we expected them. We expect them to play, Dave, which is just solid bowls. We've seen Jan and Kerry and Laurel and other Kerry play well so far.
Excellent opening bowl here from Kerry Williams. Look at this. Great bowl. Beautiful line she took out there. Just a couple of feet short of speed, but handy bowl. And now Kathy's going to try this tight hand. See if she can get any turn here. Look at that. That's running reasonably straight down there. As the speed comes off, your bowl will tend to turn. But just an example there of the wind just holding that bowl out. Was a similar line to what Kathy had to what Kerry had taken on the other hand, but Kerry's came back because the wind helped it, whereas Kathy's didn't because the wind was hindering it. Might have overcooked the adjustment of speed. He has still got a very nice line, but just added that bit too much speed. Handy bowl there, could have its uses though.
Williams in the background, making himself useful, doing something. He was giving us his best woodpecker impression yesterday when he was hammering the tripods into the ground. And this is a nice correction here. Interesting to see that backhand played.
Much better line she took there. And you would have noticed a lot tighter line than what you're taking on the other side of the rink.
Just under just pinched it a little bit, Laurel. It's interesting because it's now blocked it's made the backhand look like it's blocked from the player's end. Doesn't necessarily mean it has. Amazing how often you see a poor bowl accidentally change the opposition's next shot when you miss short and narrow and you're now in the way of what the opposition was going to play.
How many times do you see the opposition then turn around and play an absolute stunner when you've forced them to change their shot? It's another reason why I'm not necessarily a fan of the block shot. A number of times you might get reasonably close to producing a very good block shot when someone's looking at driving, and they change their shot to the other side of the rink and play some sort of arriving weighted shot and get success. It's yeah. So good call there from Barbara Archer, just finishing at my foot just behind the jack would be a perfect spot, holding shot at the moment. But this would be a counter and a coverer if it was able to get back to where Barbara wanted it, but unfortunately it's nowhere near enough herbies in that one. So Jan Shirley just getting a little picture painted for her by Kerry on how far short the respective bowls were there.
That's what we spoke about yesterday and the ways that you communicate to your team. It's a nice line from Jan. Whoa. Oh, beautiful green. Finished on the centre line.
So I mentioned that Jan was in the Black Jets side for a while, and poor old Jan, one of the trips that Jan was involved in was prior to the Commonwealth Games in Delhi in 2010. We went on to an Eight Nations warm-up event in Delhi,
yes,
about some 6 months before the Commonwealth Games, and Jan was in the squad that we took over there. And unfortunately for Jan, didn't participate a lot in the actual on-green performance because the dreaded Delhi belly struck big time for Jan, unfortunately, and she had to spend a few days in bed. But yeah, it was really, and it was incredibly hot. It was actually hotter for that Eight Nations event than what it was for the Commonwealth Games, and so really, really challenging conditions for all of the players. But yeah, poor old Jan succumbed.
That's a beautiful bowl from Jan.
Well played.
Absolutely perfect. Yeah, I think my plan, if I went overseas, I think if you bring a couple of kilos of Twix bars and some filtered water, how could you possibly fall ill? What a beautiful shot that was from Jan. Perfect weight, to get 4 rolls square through a bowl requires a lot of touch in this game.
So here's Jan with this superb delivery. Look at that, beautiful straight lines, gets down nice and low, stays down and through the bowl. Very, very good delivery. She's just ducking underneath. It wasn't going to be too bad.
I mean, she's always going to give her bowl largely for Jan Hall. With a delivery like that, the bowl's going where she's pointed it, which removes half of the challenges in this game. You then just have to understand where you need to be pointing the bowl, but there's nothing wrong with that delivery. It's lovely to watch.
Beautiful, yep. Once again, pretty good head. They're finding it okay coming this way. There's 3 or 4 loose bowls there, but then you've got that bunch of bowls all within a metre of the jack there. So coming this way, they seem to have mastered it quite well early on in the game, both teams. Just the one shot to Kerry Heffer's side at the moment. Pretty hard to get at too for for Barbara Archer. It's a really tough looking head for her to look at from the mat. There's a possible shot on the backhand as we see Kerry run into a short bowl way up the rink. So this is the shot here that maybe she's just looking to get it a draw, but
you'd think this bowl, which isn't on screen, we've spent a bit of money trying to get a telestrator, and it's not working so far. I'll try again.
There it is. Yep, you've got
that bowl there is what you were looking at to hit, Dave.
Yep, hit that bowl.
Just a little plant onto that bowl.
Yes.
This one goes that way.
Well done, that man.
There we are. We've used it the once. We'll call it a win. Certainly the instinctive bowl, isn't it, to play for Barbara Archer?
It looks like, whereas Jan just called it to try and draw it, I don't think that was the option at all. She's got, 3 inches to try and draw the shot there on the backhand, the hand that's holding and is a bit difficult to play. Oh. We see a little help here from...
In theory, it might not be on anymore now that bowl's resting.
May not be, but...
I'm still not sure if there's that much harm if you just hit the bunch.
Yeah,
you've got all your bowls going in the right direction. I suppose you'd be one down at the back if the jack did go back, because you've got those white stickered bowls.
I think this is if she draws a shot here, it'll be a miracle. And yeah, she has. I mean, so a pretty conservative, negative sort of approach to that head there from Jan. I think the calls that she was making to Barbara, and consequently they've dropped another one.
And 5-0 after 4 ends.
Be interesting to see now going in this direction. See if they can start picking up and having the heads similar to what we've been having going in the other direction. Last end going this way, they were a wee bit put off by the fact that that big super trail of the jack into the ditch meant that it wasn't going to be a super tight head.
Yeah, suddenly you're playing to a space where, apart from the threes and skips, but the leads and twos, you're very rarely actually trying to draw to the point of a ditch. So probably the most difficult end, and the jack's been misdelivered. So that means that it gets sent back and left for Kathy King to deliver, and she's decided to deliver a short end.
Okay.
We've had this conversation. I had it in the singles with John Macbeth, because we had a pairs game in the wind where the leads were really struggling to deliver the jack, and I mooted. So I've got a background in indoor bowls, which is the little one that is played in the winter time on the 24-foot long woolen mats, and we obviously started with outdoor rules and then amended them. And about 50 years ago, in indoor, it was decided that if you don't deliver the jack correctly, the opposition gets to place it wherever they want. So you get punished. You get really punished for not delivering the jack correctly, and you speed up the time because you're not spending 40 seconds delivering the jack back, and then it gets delivered, and then it's misthrown, so it gets placed on the 2 metre mark. And I wonder, you'd save a bit of time, wouldn't you, if you placed the jack if it was thrown incorrectly?
I agree with that. I think that's a fantastic idea, and something that has been discussed in the past, I know. And one of the key reasons why I'm a fan of that rule, of changing the rule to making it that, is that it really then makes the art of delivering the jack super important.
You get punished even more.
Back in the day, we used to have these grumpy old skips that would stand where they wanted the jack delivered, and if you went past by even a couple of feet, you got glared at. So you really and in the New Zealand system, we used to get the leads of bucket of jacks. When we got to a venue for the first time, right, guys, spend a bit of time just getting used to how the jacks react to the green and start delivering some jacks, and it's something that is neglected these days. I feel that the jack throwing is so vitally important. If you want to change things, you've got to have a lead that can do that. Okay, we're going to play a short right, we're going to throw it, we're going to play a short end, and you stand where you want the short end jack to end, and it goes sailing past you by 4 or 5 metres. You've immediately negated the tactic that you were trying to use. So it's such a vital part of the game that I feel these days is neglected. And if they introduce that rule, as you said, it would make it even more important to be a good jack thrower. Yeah,
at the moment, if you don't deliver it correctly, you can half back your opposition to perhaps not punish you quite as much as you would, and you waste. It would be at least 30 seconds that is wasted. So you do that a few times in a game, and suddenly we're talking minutes. I think I'd like to see that. As whoever needs to hear it to make that a amendment, I'd like to see it introduced. I think it would be very interesting. If I keep mentioning it on commentary, someone will actually do something.
You probably need, you could probably have a bit of an influence in that regard. You could get Bowls New Zealand through Michael Johnson, the head of the umpires in New Zealand, to perhaps put together a regulation and put the proposal to World Bowls, and who knows?
Who knows? Shall we name it after us, Dave?
Well, there you go.
The Edwards-Reed Amendment. No, we're getting carried away. It'd be nice though, wouldn't it?
I think it would be a good idea. I really do.
So, on this short end, a lot of bowls past the head. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to master this change in length. It's quite a dramatic change in length from what they played in the first 5 ends of this game. Most of them had been 3/4 to full length ends, and all of a sudden this short one really has caught all the players out here a little bit. Even Jan, the way she reacted there, I think she thinks she might be a little bit tentative here.
It's easy to do when you've watched the other 8 bowls go past the head, isn't it? Waste of perfect green. So Jan being asked to play her forehand.
Here's a good shot of this perfect delivery. Look at this, beautiful. Straight steps, straight arms, straight lines. Textbook stuff from Jan Hall there. Just hasn't quite got the running.
Does a lot of things right here too. If we watch Jan Shirley, sort of gets nice and low to the ground, and very much that pendulum action, isn't it? Waiting for this bowl.
Good bowl here. Good bowl coming here. Nice line. Sent it out on that beautiful arc, and back it came through all the shots. So 2 shots at the moment to Kerry Heffer's side. Yes, the India trip was, or the 2 trips to India were just, look at that finishing position too, just interrupting myself there. The India, a fantastic country to visit, it really was. Unbelievable place, and tremendous experience to visit there, but the heat was something quite extraordinary in the first trip we went. I remember the Australian team were there, and artificial greens over there, they had to be. There was no bowls surfaces, so there was a complex built and artificial greens installed, and we were playing in the warm-up event, and it was incredibly hot into the stage where the Australian high performance manager, Kim Littlejohn was his name, put a thermometer in the middle of the green. Admittedly, he placed it on the ground in the middle of the green, 52 degrees.
No thanks.
Hence, the play was suspended on a couple of occasions, just through the sheer heat. Player precautions for the players, as we see an excellent bowl there from Kerry Heffer. She adds to the count. I've got 3 now.
Yeah, they're playing well, this team. They're holding 3. They're 5-0 up after 4. That's nowhere near panic stations, but Barbara and her team would be thinking it'd be nice if we could score sometime soon. As we always say on the commentary, a 5-0 deficit feels quite different than a 5-shot deficit, because you've scored if you're only 5 down, but if you haven't scored yet, you don't know that you will necessarily, and it's just always nice to get off that 0.
Get off the mark, yep. Same as a cricketer. Get off the dreaded duck. So you see Kerry, good body movement there, good forward body weight movement. She gets weight behind the bowl to get it up there, and she's going to draw another one here. Didn't quite have the line right, but she might be 1 in, 1 out. In fact, she shunted Jan Shirley's bowl quite a long way off the head, but it could still be counting. Might be 4 shots there now. So look, excellent first attempt from Barbara Archer. She was just a little bit short. Nice green. She just needs to add that metre of weight to the same line as she took the last time. She's in the area here. She might even get onto her own bowl, or she's going to get the wrong angle on her own bowl.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, she was a bit unlucky there. So that looks like 4 shots there. Let's see what they come up with.
1, 2, 3. Oh, 4, 3.5. 4.
4 it is. Yep.
And a comfortable lead now Oh, they're still talking.
Oh, there were signals going left, right and centre there, and I thought it was 4, but...
If I was the Otago team and Jan said 4 and I thought it might be 5, I would have gone, yep, 4's, 4's fine, thank you very much. And it's 9-0 now after 5 ends, and a very good start from this team that cannot qualify of Kerry, Jan, Laurel and Kerry.
And the way they're playing, it begs you to wonder how come they haven't qualified, because whilst they're not all on fire every end, all 4 players at the same time, as we can see that by the spectators there, just how cool it is outside. The hoodies are up, jackets are on, coffee's clasped to the hands to warm the hands up. It's very much one of those days out there. But yeah, so whilst they haven't played, all 4 of them played brilliantly as a team on one, but someone's contributing every end in the Kerry Heifer team. And sometimes it's 2 of them that are contributing, and they've consequently got this comfortable lead.
Yeah, playing just good bowls, and the way back for Barbara Arch. And just to remind everyone, Barbara has had 3 out of 4 wins, so either needs to win this game or the next game to qualify. So ideally they'd like to win this, but they do have that ace up the sleeve of the next one.
A little bit of an insurance policy that they can still qualify even if they lose this game, but it'll make them a wee bit on edge for that final game if they don't get up on this one. And at the moment they've got a fair bit of work to do, as we see another very good bowl here from Kerry Williams.
Beautiful bowl.
Kerry Williams, she's relative newcomer to bowls, only been sort of 7 or 8 years, I think, from memory, that Kerry's been playing. Started her bowls down in Southland, then had a stint in South Canterbury, I'll get it out in a minute, South Canterbury, on her way to living in Christchurch, as we see a very, very good reply there from Kathy King. Where she actually did get one of her centre titles, I think, and was actually in South Canterbury, and then she's got some other, so she's got a total of 4 centre titles, and has been living in Christchurch now for 3 years, but a very, very competent player, very, very good, solid player.
We did ask, we had a conversation, Dave, about the Greenmaster Premier Years, of which three of the 4 of this winning team, so it's Jan, Laurel and Kerry, all play with Greenmaster Premier Years, and we sort of wondered if they were still a thing. They are still a thing. Bob McKenzie from Thames Bowling Club can help you out. So I'll say it once. If you want to give him a phone call, he's given us his phone number, 07 224 2095 for information about Greenmaster Premier Years. If you're looking for a Greenmaster Premier Year.
They were an incredibly popular bowler. I know Joe used them for a number of years, won a lot of her titles with them, so they are a good bowl, but they just tended to fade away, and so it's good to hear that there is an agent in New Zealand still dealing with them, because they are a good bowl.
It's always good. We've got so much choice nowadays with bowls. Aero, of course, a massive player in the market, and big movers and shakers in the last 10 years, but great for bowlers to have that diversity of choice. Like, it can only be good for there to be competition in the bowls making space. Who wants a monopoly?
Absolutely. And there's one make of bowl that we don't see a lot of here in New Zealand. That's the Drake's Pride. Quite a few of them in Australia, but definitely the big players, the Taylor, Aero and Henselite are the 3 big players, but then you've got the Greenmaster and you've got Drake's Pride. So it is, you're right, having options, having choices, having manufacturers that are being innovative and bringing out new sets of bowls with different lines, different grips, all those sorts of things. It's an important part of the game that we have that.
So still looking for that first score on the board for Barbara Archer and her team. I think they're holding one. I would say that blue and white bowl of Kathy King's is the shot. You can see it to the left of your screen. A lonely one, I must say.
Yes, it's one that they might have their eye on. Not obviously, Jan Shirley is just drawing here, and she's close too. She's very, very close here. Drops underneath that, she'll get the shot, just holds out. What a great attempt that is. But now
it's a lonely bowl.
It is. You look at that now and you've got 5 seconds. Kerry will be thinking to herself, standing quietly in the background there with her arms behind her back. She'll be going, oh, I'm liking the look of getting rid of that bowl.
With Jan's bowl too, it means it's a 2-bowl target, because even if you play the split, you're still going to remove the shot bowl. An interesting call here to switch Hall to the backhand. I'm not sure
quite why she needed to do that. Yeah, it looked awkward to try and draw her on that backhand, but I'm pretty sure you'll see some aggression here from Kerry Heffer.
So if we
look
think
at that, 1, 2,
think about
3.
That's the first shot, second, third, fourth and fifth. So all you need to do is get rid of the second shot and it's happy days. You get 5.
5 white disc bowls sitting there waiting for that blue disc bowl to be removed. Let's see if that's the option that Kerry takes. She's a bit too wide here. She's definitely got some steam on to get rid of the shot bowl, but it looks, all she's done here is hit another one in there now to another second in there. Or
I mean, it's just absolutely imperative here that Barbara Archer draws another bowl.
Otherwise, it's, yeah. I thought Kerry might have gone even more direct. She only had sort of running weight. I thought she might have gone a bit more direct at the shot bowl or the second shot. Whether it's the shot or the second shot, that very good bowl here. She's just going to go drifting through the hole. So it's still very vulnerable. Yep. Jan's told her, get rid of that bowl.
Hit it.
She's close though. She's close. She's very close. Oh, she rocked it. I still think she should have been going a lot quicker than that.
Just drive the split.
Yep.
Oh, it was perfect weight to sit. Her collision bowl would have sat and stayed with the weight that Kerry
she
played.
would have had 6 or 7 if she'd landed it right in the belly, but
a maximum result.
I still think that was a tough option that she took. It would have been a much better option to have really gone quick at that shot bowl or at that. Let's see who has actually got the shot here now.
I suspect it'll be on the board time for Barbara Arch and her team.
Yeah, Jan Shirley just doing a quick measure with the fingers here. Yep, definitely 1. So they're on the board.
1-9, and we're on the 7th end, and that'll be with great relief that Archer and co score, and now that you can think about working your way back into the game, because you've proven to yourself as a team that you actually can score shots.
It'll be interesting too, actually, just a little cross beside end number 6, and just had Kerry been able to get rid of that shot bowl, you know, that would have really put a dent in things, because it would have been a score of 4 or 5 or 6. And it would have really knocked the confidence big time of the Archer team.
It's a key moment, isn't it?
If the Archer team now turns around and starts really getting back into this game, that could prove to be a crucial opportunity missed by Kerry there.
Kathy on the back end. It's delivered. It's an end not as short as it was last time coming in this direction, but still certainly not a long end where we would say it's on the shorter side.
Just looking at the achievements of the respective teams as far as centre titles is concerned, and it very much dominated by the Jan Shirley side. Jan herself has got 12 titles, centre titles. Kerry's got 9, and Laurel at 4. Kerry at 4. Laurel yet to open her account, but versus Barbara's team, where Barbara Archer's got 5 centre titles, Jan's got 5, and Barbara Walker and Kathy King 1 each. So from experience and on that side of things, it's very much the Jan Shirley team that dominates. Great bowl here though from Kathy King.
You can't underestimate how helpful it is to have won events. You know, you learn how to win, and the counter argument to my point is that Kerry and Jan can't qualify at this particular event, but I do think it makes a difference, and experience-wise, I don't think it matters necessarily whether you play in clearly it's harder to win in a super strong centre where there's big numbers and lots of good players, but a win is a win, and a win in a final is a win in a final, and it feels the same, and getting into that habit of knowing what it feels like to play well under pressure, knowing what it means to play a big bowl when you need to. You can learn that through club championships, you can learn it through centre championships, and I don't think it really matters if you're playing in the West Coast and Buller, who have a handful of clubs winning centre titles there, or winning centre titles in Canterbury and Auckland where there are 40 or 50 clubs. A win's a win, and it still teaches you a lot, Dave.
Sure does, and you're absolutely right. It's a big thrill too. Centre event titles are sought after, as we see a very good shot here, just dislodging the shot bowl. So a good effort from Laurel Cheney. But yes, you're right, winning becomes a habit, and so yep, you're right, it gives you a heap of confidence to hook a centre title, absolutely, as we see poor old Barbara turn her back on that one pretty quickly. She knew that was a shocker.
It's interesting to talk about we talk about sports psychology in bowls a lot, but winning being a habit is just so true, and it gets proven time and time again. And we're in a situation now where particularly our blackjack women's team is one of the best teams in the world, and have been probably for 4 years, having won the Taylor Trophy for most best performed team at the World Championships, and really knocking on the door at the pointy end of all these international competitions. But it's a habit, and they'll be in a spot now where everyone expects them to do well, including themselves, and they do, because you prove yourself right. And if you look back over the years in New Zealand, we've been very lucky. Well, since our genesis in international bowling, right from the 60s through, we've always had these periods of time where we had athletes who were just unbelievable, and they expected to win, and we expected them to win, and the rest of the world expected them to win, and they won. It's just, I don't think you can underestimate the power of that self-belief.
Yep, absolutely. It's a huge part of the confidence, etc., that flows from getting those W's mounting up beside your name. Jan will not be happy with that bowl, as we see one shot at the moment to Barbara Archer's team, courtesy of Kathy King's lead bowl. Is this going to come back here? Look at it swooping back. It is just a little bit quick though. Just going to be on the outside of that bowl belonging to the Kerry Heifer team. Beautiful line again though from Jan, if she can just make the adjustment with her weight onto her second bowl. In fact, I think she's already had her. That was her second bowl. So can Jan Shirley make the adjustment with her speed? Still going to be very narrow here. Yeah, she got the speed right. She'd be disappointed with that to get the speed right and miss the line. So coming in this direction that both teams still haven't really mastered playing in this direction. The heads going in the other way definitely been a lot better.
Been very steady heads going away from the camera as you see it. And these ones, it almost feels like two different games. So you're struggling a little bit. The game of fours is you're just trying to get slightly closer than the other person, and there's not that huge amount of strategy. You know, you don't look for plants or position bowls because there's no need to. You're just trying to get as close as you can. But going in the other direction, we've seen quite a lot of shot play be executed, more by Kerry and Jan's team to be fair than the Dunedin representatives, but.
This one's in the area. This one's in the area, dropping underneath Jan Shirley's bowl there, and this is going to be another counter. Superb bowl from Barbara Archer. Well played.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Oh,
we've got an interloper. Whoops, no one's going to get to that bowl in time.
That bowl should not be sent back.
No, you're right.
No.
Oh, they are.
See, I couldn't disagree with that more strongly, Dave.
No, I'm with you on that. If the player had any morals, they would say no.
Yeah. We're going to have to become we're in danger of becoming a
grumpy old men sitting up here.
How dare they?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's fine.
Oh, she's having another go, this lady. She's interloping and it's going to hit that bowl this time.
This is just ridiculous. Now you probably have to send Kerry's bowl. I don't even understand. Okay, well, if they'd just done what we said at the beginning, this wouldn't have been a problem.
At least it's in its rightful place now, that bowl. It's on the bank where it should have been all along. Okay, so 2 shots at the moment to Barbara Archer. She's only got to hit the repeat button from her first effort, which was fantastic. And if she can draw another one here, you know, it could be a 2 or a 3 scored, and they are right back in the hunt. Still, we're only a third of the way through the game, so a 2 or a 3 here, and we're really cooking with gas. They can really get some confidence and get their tails up and undergreened this one. Unfortunately, she got a lovely speed again.
Beautiful weight it was, wasn't it? And so a chance for Kerry. She'll just be looking to draw as close as she can. You don't necessarily aim to draw to the jack. She'll be aiming to beat the next closest bowl.
That's all we have to do in the sport. You've just got to finish closer to the jack than what your opposition does. Sometimes we get carried away with thinking we have to be sitting on top of the jack with every bowl, but the object of the game is to just beat the closest opposition bowl, and this one looks like it's on track to do just that. Has it run far enough?
Surely.
Yes, there's a big clap going up from Jan Shirley, and Jan Hall just wandering around having a look at things, putting the fingers on it here, but I think she knows in her own mind that Kerry Heifer's just played a very good bowl.
Yeah, one down, she says, yeah. Great bowl from Kerry Heifer. That felt quite important in the context of this game. if you put yourself in Kerry and Jan's shoes, you're wanting to stop the momentum as soon as you can. They were 9-0 up, they dropped to 1, and then they were in danger of dropping a 2, weren't they, before her last bowl. So she'll be pleased to have just gone, cool, there's no rot, that we haven't even let the rot start. We've scored now.
Yep, absolutely, you're dead right. And it would have been a bit of a deflated Barbara Archer team as they saw that bowl come in for shot, thinking that they were going to get back into the game. So, yep, a big bowl from Kerry, very well played.
Long end, right, stretched out 2 metre to 2 metre.
She's played it pretty well with the first bowl too, my word, this is a ripper.
What a beautiful bowl. This team's playing really well. It's a strange game we play.
This is a very good reply from Kathy King here. Once again, coming in this direction, straight away, we see the players handling this, coming in this direction. Kat, a little bit disappointed that one's pulled up a little bit short, but still, handy bowl. You're trying to derail our coverage here, Alex, aren't you?
I missed.
Pushing the wrong buttons here.
I missed the button. I was aiming for 7 and I hit 8. It just sort of, it's not unlike my bowls, Dave. I just missed my target.
Another very good bowl there from Kerry Williams. Very good leading that is, one right on it and another one nice and handy just in behind. A little bit off centre, but still a very, very good bowl. Two excellent lead bowls there from Kerry Williams.
Nice leading. And for the 2, you just heard Kerry coming through the ambient mic. She said, you pick either hand. So you're just looking for the head to continue to be built here. If it was perfect conditions, she'd probably ask you to play the backhand. But at the end of the day, you're just trying to get bowls on the head, so it's not of huge importance.
That one went high, wide and handsome.
I'd be interested to know, as we look at the deliveries, I'd be interested to know if there are regional deliveries in New Zealand. So I was just thinking about that because we know that Barbara Archer and her team are from Dunedin, and there's a couple of exponents, Mike Cunhan's one that comes to mind, of bowls who've been prominent figures in the bowling world for decades, who have quite unique deliveries, and Mike takes a step and then swings his arm. It's a fixed stance delivery, and you usually model your delivery on the good bowlers in your region. I don't know, it'll be interesting. We all, for a long time, Dave, of course, we did the New Zealand way, didn't we, which was modelled off well, there's that DVD you've got the Joe and Shannon and co, which have your basic. It gives you a basic blueprint to a solid delivery.
That is still my Bible.
Oh,
Stu Butter was the in conjunction with a biomechanist, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, to put that DVD together. And I remember when I'd been in the role of Bowls New Zealand coach for a few years, and Kerry Clark was the CEO of Bowls New Zealand. He says to me, do you think we need to have a look at that DVD and update it? And I said, look, I'll have a good look through it. And all the information that we'd gathered since that DVD was made through various channels, and I had a good look at it, went right through it with a fine-tooth comb, and I said to him, you don't need to change a thing.
It's great, isn't it?
It's still the Bible as far as I'm concerned. It's an outstanding coaching DVD, and I know it's used right around the world. A lot of countries use it as their blueprint for deliveries, and rightly so. It's fantastic.
It's often about getting the basics right. The difference between the New Zealand way and perhaps the I know we had a generation of bowlers where fixed starts was more common because we had quick greens. So John Murta, who was the New Zealand Bowling Association coach, because we weren't an amalgamated body then, was a fixed start. He played off a fixed stance. But the difference is the New Zealand way delivery, when you go watch our blackjacks, I went to the Trans-Tasman at Mount Tambourine, where the green was actually slower than where they ended up playing. It was about an 8-second green, which was slower than the Commonwealth Games that year. But you look around at the blackjacks and their deliveries look largely exactly the same as what they do on the domestic green. You know, it wasn't you couldn't see a huge difference because it's built in a way that you can adjust to the greens quite nicely.
That was the whole idea of it, and that was where Stu Butter was ahead of his time, because he was the one that said we need, and he worked with the biomechanist, and they worked out body weight transfer, etc., and the best way to get some body weight behind the bowl to get it up there on the slower surfaces. As the New Zealand coach and as a former international player, he himself was frustrated on the visits to the Northern Hemisphere, where they had to make massive changes to their deliveries, and a lot of players struggled. A lot of players get selected for New Zealand to go to the Northern Hemisphere, and it ruined their careers. They came back broken because they just couldn't get the bowl up there, and so it was him that drove the New Zealand way delivery. And you're right, just with making some subtle enlargements to your delivery, to the delivery that is shown on that DVD, you can handle slow greens, and it's just a slightly bigger. Everything's just a little bit bigger, bigger step, bigger backswing, but the basics of the delivery stay the same. You talk to Mike himself, and he admits when he went to the Northern, he took a step.
He changed his delivery.
To taking a step, and so look, that DVD is still the absolute Bible as far as I'm concerned.
It is available. If you put into YouTube the New Zealand way, it's on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. If anyone wants to check that out, I haven't watched it for a while, but my recollection is it's divided into sections. So there's a conversation about delivery, but there's talk about tactics and stuff to it. If you want to see Shannon McElroy when he was about 3 years old, he did feature.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe and Shannon were the models that they used for that, and he would have been about 17 or 18, I think, Shannon.
On that big swinging hand.
And she hasn't put it out anywhere near enough here.
Could get lucky. Oh, just about did. A smaller feather you could have wandered in. See Jan just asked essentially for a cover there.
Yeah, well, and interesting to note, Kerry Williams' lead bowls are still, I don't think she's got 2 shots, but she's definitely still got the shot. So one thing that a lot of players, or a few players over the years have said to me, I get sick of leading. I lead in a game of 4s, and within 2 or 3 minutes my bowls don't count anymore because someone's got rid of them or dragged the jack away, and sure, that does happen, but here's an example of Kerry, first bowl of the end that was delivered is still the shot.
And if you do it consistently, it's unlikely that your opposition is going to be able to ruin your good work every end
After end, as we see this a little feather off here, could get a result.
Oh, that's beautiful. She's picked the jack up, sat down. She may have made, that could be a 3.
Quite possibly is.
Barbara Archer.
Let's see how many go on the board.
Oh,
it was 4 in fact.
Well, what a bowl. That's outstanding stuff. Seemingly, I mean, I'm not going to say out of nowhere, but a head that you'd look at and think one's probably quite good fishing, and Barbara's got a little feather and guts the jack back 2.5, 3 feet to sit with four shots, and suddenly the game 5 shots to 10. It's tightened right up.
Interesting too that the call from Jan Shirley, as we see a replay of this bowl, she was very, very lucky to get the feather off of the orange bowl here, and drag the jack over that way. But it was interesting, Jan Shirley, with her last bowl, Jan asked Kerry to put a bowl back there to cover exactly that, and unfortunately for Kerry, she fell way short of where she was trying to get to, but Jan had recognised the danger there.
It sort of hurts more when you've seen there's a space to cover, and then your opposition puts a bowl there when you've not quite managed.
Yep. Now, interesting end this one. Let's see the dynamics of the teams. Do Kerry's team just respond straight away, not worried about what's happened? Okay, look, they got 4, but a bit lucky to get the 4. She got the slide. We just business as usual. We'll just plonk them on there again, or do they get a little bit down? And does it give Barbara's team a real lift getting that 4? It'll be interesting to see the dynamics on this end.
Well, already we see it's like you've coached bowls before, Dave, because what we saw there was almost, it just about feels like pressure going on to Kerry Williams, who's delivered a bowl into the ditch, having played very well so far. It's a bowl further away than what you would expect. Longer end too, I suppose, has been delivered by Kathy King. And correction time for Kerry Williams. She takes a nice line with the bowl. Easy to overcorrect here if your first bowl's gone into the ditch.
That's exactly what she's done. It might end up being the shot though, but it's a long way away.
Snuck in. Going back to the talk of the deliveries, Dave, very briefly before we switch back into bowls watching mode, but one of the players with a very nice delivery is Kerry Chapman, who plays, he's played a lot of bowls in the Auckland region where I occasionally am, and I can remember someone asked him how to play a drive shot because he's got a deadly drive, and he said, well, how do you play a drive shot? And Kerry said, oh, it's just my normal delivery but sped up. And I thought that's a sign of someone who's got a perfect delivery, because you don't have to, he's not having to change anything, he just does the same action but quicker, whereas someone with a delivery that might not quite suit, like myself for example, I've got no backswing, so if I have to play a drive shot and I tried to do it with no backswing, I'd end up face planting on the green. So I have to change something, and it's not ideal if you have to be changing your delivery. A perfect world, we have the same action that can be repeated for all of the shots.
Absolutely, hit the nail on the head again. Yep, it's the drive shot should be just a fast draw, and the mechanics are there. If you've got that New Zealand way delivery locked in, then the mechanics are all there ready for you to be able to handle to be able to perform with any shot you wish, drive, draw, run. Yeah, sometimes you see some people, their deliveries are completely different when they drive to what they are for their draw shot. It's quite noticeable.
Oh, it's a lovely camera angle. Well done, Harry.
Excellent camera angle. Shows the beautiful finishing position. Down nice and low. Good step length. Nice pendulum swing of the arm.
Going to get a good result as well. I'd love to know the physics. Often you see, it didn't happen on that occasion, but if you get a feather off a bowl, I've always felt that, the bowl that's got the feather tends to run on a little bit further. Must be because it's got a slight wobble on it, but it always feels like it gifts it an extra foot or two of running.
You're dead right, it does. It just seems to give it, I don't know, you're right. It'd be interesting if someone could do a bit of it, but it definitely does. They pick up a little bit of speed when they get that little feathery rub.
See if Jan can correct off that bowl. A little bit more of everything required.
So at the moment, Barbara Archer's team haven't taken advantage of that little momentum that they got with getting the 4 last time, and this also won't be any good. She hasn't taken enough grass here. This is going to duck away underneath the head.
Yeah, just a bunching of bowls.
It's disappointing to see that at this stage of the game. Like all of those bowls that have finished narrow of the jack, you know, the players know now that that's a big swooping hand. The wind's bringing it back. They should have learned there's only one bowl on this, or maybe 2, on this head where the correct line has been taken, and that's the blue bowl that is currently the shot, and maybe the one up short that's close to the centre line. And Jan's done it this time. She's finally believed her eyes, taken that green, thrown the bowl out there, and look at that. Draws another shot. So disappointing that we're on N9 and players are still not taking enough grass coming this direction on that backhand. You've just got to believe what your eyes are telling you.
And it's down to Barbara now. She takes that long walk back to make the correction. It's her first bowl, so she's got an opportunity to draw the shot with her first bowl and stamp a little bit of authority. Go, yep, we're in here for the comeback. We're only 5 down now. I've just played a bowl for 4. I know I need to take my green, but she's done so. So now it's down to the weight. So that line should be about right.
Yeah, she's got good line here.
Well, this is
just going to pull up a little bit short, is it? Oh no, it's running. Oh no, look at that. Great shot.
What a beautiful bowl that was. Absolutely marvellous.
You take at the green, you get at the shot. So Kerry, not quite as wide, but she's not bad. She's in the area here.
Look at this.
Is she going to get the jack? No, not quite. Just going to run through the hole. But this will be another example here of where maybe Kerry needs to go hunting that bowl. Let's see if Barbara can get another one there. If she doesn't, it'll be interesting to see what shot option Kerry goes with her last bowl. Doesn't look to be quite as wide as the first one, but she might land on her own bowl, which might save her. But if she doesn't land on it, she's going to run away really narrowly. Look at that, way it goes. Okay, now yes, Jan's saying, go hunting that bowl. She's a good call. Just go hunting that bowl. 2 good seconds there. Got a back bowl of her own there. Everything going for her. Get the edge of that bowl. Too narrow. It's going to run away too.
Could get a good result. Could go square through that one. Sit against the bias. No. I liked the weight that Kerry used there. It's a nice effort, but it's another shot to Barbara Archer and her team as they fight to qualify by winning this game. And the score 6 shots to 10, and we're on the 10th end. And here we see that
beautiful ball here from Barbara Archer. As you said earlier, there's nothing better than seeing a nice bowl drifting in from way out wide, drawing the shot.
Very well played. I think she sort of kicked herself into gear, Barbara, having played that shot for 4, and we saw how delighted she was to play that bowl for 4. As a skip, it can motivate you, and you sort of think, yeah, I can play these bowls.
Definitely get your tail up and your confidence levels go up. Good opener here from Kathy King. Real good.
Oh, it's outstanding. Coming in this direction, we've seen a lot of very nice bowls.
Absolutely. So of course we've got the 4s in action today, ladies and men's qualifying, and tomorrow the nitty-gritty post-section play starts. But then next week it's a magnificent field we've got for the mixed pairs next week, and huge numbers, Alex. It's something that is gaining in popularity year after year. The mixed pairs nationals, national title. It's what we say,
276 pairs entries in this Open National Mixed Pairs. It'll be the largest pairs competition in New Zealand. We had 218 in the men's pairs, to give it some perspective, so that's another 60 teams on top of that, and year on year we just continue to see an increase in those numbers, and really pleasing, and great competition too, because it is the 2-4-2 format, which means that if you come down or up or wherever you're going to play this national mixed pairs, you get the opportunity to play all 4 bowls and essentially every position in a fours team that you could ever wish to play in, because it's that full range. So a really enjoyable type of game to play as well.
I think it's a very, very good format, and especially for mixed. I mean, it can for single gender as well, but it gives both players equal responsibility during the game. You know?
Oh, absolutely.
And so, yep, it's a very good format, and great to see those number of entries. Fantastic.
What would happen if it was a traditional New Zealand game of 6 bowls is you would find, I would say, that the vast majority of the women would go off the front and the vast majority of the men would skip, because that's...
Well, the egos of the men say that would have to happen, doesn't it?
It's just what would happen. So you make it mixed pairs 2-4-2, and it's truly a nice even playing field. This direction much. It seems to be a bit kinder. Can't be a million miles away either here from Barbara.
Very good. Nicely in behind the head anyhow. So Laurel Cheney, for once coming in this direction, Kerry Williams has gone AWOL. A very short bowl, and then a one that went charging way around the back. So it's put a little bit of pressure on Laurel playing it too, and obviously Jan and Kerry to come after that. So she got a nice jack level bowl, but still 3 down. Just gave it too much grass on that occasion. So it's still 3 shots, you would think, to the Barbara Archer team here at the moment. So, you know, this comeback could very well be well and truly on here. Not enough grass taken again from Jan. That beautiful delivery, but you've got to line yourself up and send it down the correct line. So even though she's got the sweetest of deliveries, you've still got to do the alignment part correct and make sure you're sending the bowl down the correct line. Alignment on the mat is an important part of the delivery.
Pendulum swing from Jan Shirley.
Pretty good bowl here. She's got nice grass. This is close. Not going to be 3 down when this stops rolling.
Yeah, that's a nice bowl. Classy bowl. Look at this.
Yeah, pretty good effort. Could be second shot. It's hard to tell just how far short of the Jan Shirley's orange bowl. Yeah, hard to tell even from that angle. Could very well be 2 shot. Measure for second shot anyhow. Another well-grassed bowl here from Jan. Yeah, just splits those ones up at the back there too, which is a good result for Kerry here for side.
Yeah, it's two handy bowls, isn't it? Means that you're unlikely to drop
A big number.
a number, so it's nice mitigation.
Interesting to know who's got second shot here. It's pretty close.
I would say it's that bowl at 12 o'clock, that white stickered bowl of Jan Shirley's would be second shot.
Not quite got the running this time. Way short, in fact, shortest bowl on the rink. Yeah, bit of discussion going on here as to what they're going to attempt. Not sure if she makes contact on Jan's bowl with a little bit of weight, whether the actual shot bowl is going to clear the jack. Is it going to hit the jack? And if it does, it's a bit of a lot. I mean, they've got the very back bowl, so depending on what weight she might be looking at playing the shot, there is an option there to try and play with some weight. I've got the backest bowl, as I say, so let's just see what she's got in mind. You'll be able to tell by how much weight she goes with there. I don't know, it might be just that she's decided to just try and draw it. Too much risk involved in the shot that they might have been discussing.
Using that one. Slightly overplayed, so I suppose...
Did she overplay it, or was she trying to play a shot and she might have been a bit
good
wide?
Point. Yeah, that's actually probably more accurate, because if you were looking to shuffle it back, the weight that Kerry played is probably the right weight, isn't it? Just with a lot less green.
See what she does this time.
Danger is you get some sort of horrific feather and make it a 2 down. You know, if you didn't move the shot bowl quite far enough, or you chip off the orange bowl of...
Changing the hand. They've decided to concede the one shot by the sounds of things. I think I heard Jan say that could go wrong.
I don't mind that, eh?
Yeah. Only one down, it looks like. They're only the one down, so... She's close to drawing the shot here. Oh, just outside the jack. Yep, just the one.
That's a bit of experience coming through for Jan Shirley there, and thinking, well, we're still 4 up on the board. It's a hard shot to play. We're more likely to drop it to than we are to gain anything. We'll take our medicine and move on. And we see the score now. 3 shots the difference, 7-10, and we're on the 11th end. Havelock North, some Havelock North people watching on. That's good to have an audience here, or a crowd here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
And courtesy of Evan Roberts from Dunedin, he's informed me, and he's dead right. Clara Soper was the name of that biomechanist lady that I was alluding to earlier on about when with the making of the DVD. She was fantastic with that sort of thing. She was a biomechanist, and she was involved with our high performance program for a number of years. Assisted not only with the biomechanics side of things, but also with coding, the early days of the coding. And she was a real asset to us, was Clara. So thanks, Evan, for that information. Good opening bowl here from Kerry Williams. Took advantage of the fact that Kathy King missed with her first bowl. Looks like we might be going to get away without any of this nasty weather arriving. It's sort of getting better and better all the time out there.
When it rains, Dave, it is now entirely
my fault.
On your head, on your head be it. That's a nice leading there.
Good adjustment there from Kathy.
If you are wondering where to get the results, the easiest place to go is the Bowls New Zealand website. Even if you just Google Bowls New Zealand and get to our website that way, and on the front page you can see that that's where the results come from, of sitting on Bowls Hub Aotearoa, and they've been coming in quite nicely. So if you have a look, and I would recommend that you go to the ladder. So you've got options along the front: matches, ladder, live entries, broadcast schedule. Go to the ladder and you'll be able to see with a line, those above the line have qualified and those below it haven't yet qualified. And I'll just I'll take some time now to go through and give some brief updates on how it's going. So I can tell you that Finbar McGuigan, who we watched yesterday, has qualified for post-section with his team. Another team that's qualified for post-section, 4 out of 4, Sam Tolchard playing with Kearney, Terry Scott and Mike Carroll, and they would have felt like they were a big chance of winning last year. They had a dramatic, I think, extra end loss to the eventual winners, but they're going to get a chance to make amends in post-section. Local team of Gary Ashby, Andre Rutenberg, Robert Cox and John Bullen are through in Section 3 already. Blake Signal, Ben King, Jordan Keane and Stephen Ditford. That's an interesting team. Already through, 4 out of 4 wins in Section 4. Lawson, Hill, Riker Gregory and Tony Grantham are through. And what I find interesting about that, and I've said it a few times on the commentary, Riker Gregory, for my money, is probably the most talented bowler I have ever seen to have not yet won a New Zealand Open national title. And that's a team, perhaps he can get that one ticked off. They're going to have a chance. They're into post-section. If you look through in the women's side, post-section, I can see that Diane Strawbridge and her team are already through. Bev Morrell, Evergreen, Bev Morrell is through with Linny O'Callaghan, Linda Milne and Christine Buchanan. That'd be a fairy tale story, wouldn't it, Dave?
Unbelievable. What age? Would we know exactly what age she is now, Bev?
She's an octogenarian.
Yes, amazing.
Just one of those great competitors. Holds a number of Open national titles. Bronwyn Stevens, Rebecca Jelfs, Olivia Manser and Ange Francis are through. But teams with one loss in that section: Claire Hendra, who was with Gayleen Dekanawa, Kerry Critchlow and Leanne Paulson, dropped a game. Interesting that the defending champions, after 4 games, 2 up and 2 down, Dale Rayner, Karen Guilford, Reen Ballas and Linda Ralph lost their first game 18-16, their second game 20-16, and then to stay alive, to stay in the event, they defeated Selena Goddard, Bri Atkinson, Jana Savov and Terry Blackburn 17-16 to stay in the event. And then won their game this morning against Karen Hemmer, Angela Stephen, Janice Papp and Caitlin Thompson 18-13. So look, there's some interesting results coming through on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. What have I missed?
Well, look, you've missed some things that have disappointed me here. You've missed a couple of bowls that are sitting on the bank because people didn't take their greens. I mean, we're on the 11th end, didn't take their green. We're on the 11th end here, and I won't say anymore. But the people just didn't take their grass.
I can hear the coach. Coming out in the in your commentary seat, Dave.
Great line here. Very, very good bowl here from Jan Hall.
That's a lovely bowl.
That'll be the shot, I would say. If it's not, it's a very close thing to it. But yeah, a little bit frustrated watching players on the 11th end still not taking grass.
So in a world where, say this was an international team, is that when the rank coach, if you've observed this consistently, is that when the rank coach would go, guys?
Yeah, you would look.
You'd
like to think that it internationally.
I know it wouldn't have. I know we're stretching the metaphor a little bit here, but is that a space where a rank coach, if they notice something, would mention it?
Yeah. Oh, look, it's one of those things. When I was coaching New Zealand, one of the toughest decisions was always when and if to intervene. You know, it was always a very, very hard decision to make as to whether we stepped in. But in the end, I used to work with the theory that at the completion of the game, if I was annoyed with myself because I didn't intervene, then I needed to intervene at the so I got into the habit of intervening when I saw things that to me were detrimental to our chances of winning. So yep, it's a matter of how you go about it as well, though. You know, it's not a matter of necessarily going in there with a big stick and beating someone over the head. Although some players preferred that; they preferred to be told off. You know, whereas others just the old arm around the shoulder and a quiet, gentle chat. You know, but when to intervene was always one of the real tough decisions.
Well, narrow, but could be heavy enough to hold up for a miracle. Inside out off that bowl, not going to happen.
I think mainly the intervention was around sides of the rink to play. If you saw a player struggling, because we can get quite pig-headed and I'm going to get this hand if it's the last thing I do. I'm going to beat this rink. I'm going to beat this side of the rink. I'm going to get it, and we keep challenging ourselves to get. In the meantime, on the other side of the rink, the opposition are drawing shot after shot after shot. So side of the rink, lengths to play, but also we used to have discussions as a team prior to events if I noticed anything technical that was affecting performance. And while that's why I add that little bit there about affecting performance, because if someone was doing something technically wrong but they're still drawing like a mustard plaster all over the shop, I wouldn't go anywhere near them. But if they were doing something technically wrong that I knew was affecting performance, then yes, you would go in and just have it, and most of the time, one of the most common faults, even for players of club level and international level, that coming up too soon would probably be the most common fault of any player. That not staying down low and completing the delivery before we come up, and the number of times that, and it's because we get a little bit anxious and we're a little bit under pressure and we want to see what our bowl's doing, so we're coming up out of.
Does that count as a played bowl?
We're coming up out of the deliveries too soon. Yeah, I'm not quite sure the old slippery hands there, but yeah. So quite often it was just stay down, mate. Stay down. Oh yeah, okay, and away they'd go. So, but definitely, if it was affecting performance and it was a technically related thing, I would let them know that this is what you're doing. You're not doing something.
Oh, that was a lovely effort there from Archer.
Just looking to sit on that pink bowl, and it would have bought. She would have been sitting 3, but holding 1 or 2. But Jan's asking Kerry now to play with a little bit of speed, get to that shot bowl, and she might get rid of both of them. Is she playing with speed or is she just drawing? Looks to me like she's just drawing, but she's on a pretty good line. But she's got the speed. She's not here.
Not sure how well that was communicated.
Yeah, I think Jan was wanting.
Well, I've visualised it as seeing those 2 blue stickered bowls move.
Yes.
But I think perhaps from Kerry's end that looked like she's just been asked to draw up to the head.
Measure for second shot here. Well, they're well and truly back in the game.
And I think just that was literally just a miscommunication there,
yep.
and that from 3 to skip. Now it's going to be, as you say, I like the game's well and truly.
It's all on.
Still
now.
Anyone's.
Just the one.
So the score 8 shots to 10, and we're on the 12th end of 18 scheduled to be played. They've got 3 hours to play them in, and they started at 12, so they have till 3 o'clock. Probably tracking 10 to 2. Start at 12, so 2 hours 50. They're probably tracking for somewhere near a 3 p.m. finish here. Can't say I've noticed a consistent jack length, a preferred jack length from either team.
No, you're right. It seems like they're just putting the mat down and letting the jack go, and wherever it finishes, that's where we're going to play.
Where it goes is where the end is.
But just one comment I want to go back to, and that is that the 16 when Archer got their first score on the board, and remember we talked about how Kerry Heifer had a chance there to get rid of the shot bowl, and she had about 5 or 6 second shots, and we were wanting her to drive, and she tried to play that controlled weight, almost wanting her own bowl to stay and count as well. And I just wonder if she'd been a lot more aggressive on that shot and got rid of that shot bowl, how much of a difference it would have made to the game. I mean, because now we've got the Dunedin team right back in the picture now.
They've done it just by chipping away. There was been a couple of exceptional bowls too from Barbara. She trailed the jack back for 4.
Yep.
Into
drew the shot
danger
cold
zone
when she was a couple down there on the a couple of ends ago. So we have seen some real bombs from Barbara. But yes, I just wonder the difference in the mindsets had Kerry got rid of that shot bowl on end 6. Possibly gone out to a 14 or 15 nil lead.
Yeah, solid leading for both of these players. It's now the twos' jobs to draw the counting shots. So we've got a bit of position for both teams.
Probably reversing the roles of the lead and the twos.
Yeah, yeah.
The twos now can draw the shots. The leads have put the good safety bowls in behind the jack. So can Barbara Walker succeed? No, she's a bit too quick as well. The shortish end has caught the first 3 players out a little bit. See how everyone else responds. So Laurel's decided to play the backhand. Straighter of the 2 hands. Less wind out there now, so not getting quite so much quite so many bowls affected by the wind. Just a tad short with that attempt though. Surprise, a little cheeky comical text from one Nikki Reid.
Oh, that doesn't sound like her.
Just Section 1 qualifiers. Kay Hammond, Nikki Reid, Joe Collis and Carolyn Kean currently watching the live stream with their feet up.
That's fair enough.
So obviously don't have to play their last game.
Always thought I enjoy that Nikki spells her last name correctly with the double E in the middle. It's the only way that it should be spelt. It's incredible how often it's misspelt, Dave. You wouldn't think a full letter surname.
Well, there are so many different varieties of it though, aren't there? EA?
Wrong.
Okay, can Jan pick the speed, the slightly shorter length, which has caught a few of them out? And looks like it's caught her out too, because this looks like it's trucking.
Yeah, if we watch the bowl, it's going to come back to that. Essentially, it's come back to the centre line. So that's more of a weight issue there.
Yep. She had the perfect grass, just too heavy. So it looks like it could be, it's hard to tell, that short bowl, it might be the shot.
Yeah, with the...
I That was Laurel's bowl, wasn't it, from Kerry's team? White disc on it.
Yeah, it'd be a measure for shot between the blue stickered bowl of Kathy King's at 5 o'clock and the white stickered bowl of Laurel's at 11 to the jack. It'd be hard to tell with the depth perception a bit with the end cameras, particularly on these shorter ends.
Julie turned it back on that one pretty quick.
She'll be disappointed with that.
Major overcorrection. Was far too heavy with the first one, but took far too much weight off of the second one.
Oh, that makes it. Thank you, Max. I think it is that blue and white stickered bowl that is the shot. So, Kerry Heffer and her team holding one. You would expect that to be enough room for someone to draw the shot
out of these two players. Yep. One of the 4 bowls that are still to be played, you would think would end up shot. Barbara gets first attempt at it. Got that good line on that forehand. Just trucking along again. From Kerry, so the skips have let us down at this stage. They've got one bowl each left to prove us right that they will draw the shot.
Yeah, well, we were pretty confident, to be fair. It does just on the crossover as a skip. You just would expect yourself to go, well, you know, there should be room here in theory.
She's trucking again.
Same bowl twice. It's good communication from Jen. Through the ambient mic you can hear she said just bring your line in but keep the same speed, so it allows Kerry just to think, well, it's one correction that I'm making here, not two.
So just
oh, that's a mighty effort. She set it down, which is...
So that guarantees that they'll have the shot with that front bowl for sure.
You would think so.
Yep, there it is, kicked away. So it stops the rot momentarily for Kerry Heffer's team. They haven't scored for the last 4 ends.
11-8 the score. We're on end 13 of 18. An absorbing game. Just ran out to, was it a 9-0 lead for Kerry Heffer, and then in the time since then it's been eight shots scored by Barbara Archer and 2, so 8-2 in the second half of this game.
Yeah.
That's something too, isn't it, that skips seem to do, whether they realise they do it or not, but you break your game of 4s, probably this would be broken into 3 games of 6 ends.
Yep, that's something that some players like to do. They break the game up, you know, let's see if we can win the first 6 ends. And quite often at international level, the team would have a meeting at the completion of those 6 ends and reset the goals for the next 6. So it might be, okay, we've won those first 6 ends, but are we comfortably in front that we can change? Can we become a bit more conservative? Those sorts of conversations are held. Can we become a bit more conservative now, or should we still be aggressive and really try and extend the lead, you know? And, are we happy with the lengths we're playing? Do we need to change anything? You know, those sorts of conversations. And so breaking a game of of length up into segments can be very, very beneficial. Some players don't enjoy it, just get on with the game, play each end, play to win each end. And some players don't like the segmentation of games, but a lot do.
Yeah.
A lot really do enjoy it.
I think if the instinctive players had it pointed out to them, I think our best players anyway probably do that without realising. They've got a very good sense of the flow of a game. You know, when you talk about the coding that we do and have done in high performance, the difference between our top bowlers and your club bowler is, I would say that the vast majority of your top bowlers can tell you what the coding is going to be before you show it to them.
Yep.
Whereas your club bowlers might not have quite that understanding, because our top players you understand how you're playing. They're thinking about how well they're playing. They're thinking about how well the opposition is playing. They're thinking about whether the opposition is missing more on one hand than the other, if the weather's making a difference. There's a huge amount of information that goes in when you're talking about bowls at that top level. See an attempt on the forehand here.
A couple of jackets coming off in the background there too. Things are improving out there. Weather-wise, getting a bit warmer.
You've said it again.
I'm going to keep saying it now. I'm confident now. So that means it'll really rain now.
I've noted it down. I mean, it does look lovely though, doesn't it? You can see those clouds. They do seem to be moving away. It's amazing how many bowlers are weather experts too, isn't it, that you find? We've got
greenkeepers.
Greenkeepers.
They're very much weather experts. A lot of greenkeepers, very, very good when it comes to the weather. Yeah, there's a few dark looking things around, but there's a lot of blue stuff as well, which is... So far those nasty clouds haven't dropped anything moisture wise here at Burnside. Yeah, getting back to the coding, it was once again another good tool to have in a coach's kit bag, and I still use coding when I'm coaching some players. Quite often it's one of the tools that one of the ways we used it with the New Zealand team was around, say for argument's sake, a player had 6 forehand run shots in a game and missed all of them wide. That gives you a coaching opportunity to go to the player and say, okay, let's have a look, there must be something. Something's not quite right with your technique here. So that was one thing that we used it for quite extensively. The other one was trends, of which hands seemed to be the ones to have played on certain rinks, and just very, very useful tool, as I say, to have in the kit bag. See Barbara's team under a little bit of pressure here. I think they're 2 or 3 down. Important bowl here from Jan. Just there's plenty of room there still, but the added pressure of knowing you're 3 down, and the team need my help here. I need to draw them out of a spot of bother. It's a bit narrow. It's going to run across the head, and it's going to keep trucking, in fact, as well. So now she needs to observe where that bowl finishes and make the adjustment. Believe her eyes. Okay, my eyes are telling me that I didn't take enough green and I was a bit quick. So feed that information into the computer upstairs, make the adjustment. Good track here from Jan Shirley. This looks like it's going to be the shot itself here. What a great bowl this is.
It's a delightful bowl, isn't it? It's amazing. Lovely shot.
So probably 4 down now. All right, Jan, let's see if you've made the observations about where your first bowl finished it and making the adjustments here. Definitely got more grass. So definitely made that adjustment. Has she? She's overdone the adjustment of speed though, and she's going to finish way short. So Barbara, you're going to have to bail the team out again, mate. You're 4 down here.
This feels like one of those moments again. You know, it's
yeah, a pretty crucial end.
It was 9-0, and then we saw Barbara and her team make their way right back in, and now we're in a space where Kerry Heifer and Co can just run away again. If they can hold on to this end, it's going to become hard to, you're almost beginning to run out of time. If you look at the number of ends, if you run out of time to make that comeback, you can't be 9 down again and come back.
Absolutely.
You don't have the space.
2 very, very important bowls coming from Barbara Archer. She's got to try and cut the count down with one of them. I mean, drop 1 shot here would be a very good result for Barb. Kerry's going to add another shot here. She was trucking along a bit, but she ran into one of her own bowls, so holding 5 now.
I mean, it's quite a nice 5 to be holding, because there's spaces everywhere and nothing's grouped together. So even if you were to drive this, it's likely you'd just chip 1 bowl off and still drop a 4.
Chip 1 bowl off or find one of the many holes that are there and hit nothing.
She needs to clear the front first, which she's done. Oh, this is going to be batters.
What a shot. What a shot.
Wow. What a bowl.
Great shot there. Look, to be completely honest, she was trucking along. If she hadn't have really bellied that bowl,
perfect. Had to get it
perfect, and she did. Otherwise, she would have possibly got an edge of it and run away and still been a few down. So Jan's now asking for real good ditch weight from Kerry here. Let's see what we get. In the past, sometimes Kerry's there. She's having a real truck at this. This is she's a narrow. Is she going to get some sort of result? Oh, she got a lucky result there. A very lucky result that's going to end in probably 4 or 5 shots.
And now there's no bowl there to rest for Barbara. So instead of playing a reaching bowl, she's going to have to revert to a draw.
Dead draw. So, but fortuitous there from Kerry, definitely. But that's what happens when you've got a lot of your own bowls on the head. That's what can happen. You can use your own bowls to advantage. She's got good grass here, Barbara. She's got pretty good grass. She's trucking along a bit though.
You wouldn't rest another bowl.
She's going to have to stop. Oh, and it runs through. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this is 5 shots. Measure for the 5th one, but it looks like 5 to me.
1, 2, 3.
Here comes the measures now.
Well, that was a fascinating end.
Last few bowls made it interesting, didn't they?
Yeah, it said it was just simmering along. Then we had Barbara Archer play a low percentage bowl very well, sat there for 1. Kerry finally played a drive shot, was narrow, got a short bowl square.
As I said, a little bit lucky that she got that bowl full.
Yeah, and this is here.
And here's the lucky result. But as I said, you got more of your bowls in and around the area, you're going to probably earn a little bit of luck. And she definitely did there. Oh, and it is 5. Look at that, 5 bowls sitting on the cloth there. So that could be break the game wide open now. 16 to 8 with 5 ends to go. So an 8-shot lead with 5 ends to go. Real good cushion now. And as you mentioned earlier, can they come back again? Clawed their way all the way back into it.
Yeah, and with an 18-end game, I think there's space for one recovery.
Yep.
I'm never sure if there's space for two. 25 ends, sure, there's time to come back again, but I think you get one run at it. We'll see. I mean, it is only 8 the difference. We've seen numbers scored before, so potentially a chance. But if we go, five ends to go, Barbara's probably going to have to score four of those ends. You can probably afford to drop one more end and score well for the rest, and you'll be somewhere near a chance at the end of the day. And that's a good start for the Archer team because there's the head's wide open for the lead. So Kathy King with that opportunity on this long end to draw the shot.
Kerry will be very disappointed with, Kerry Williams will be very disappointed with her first bowl. She's been playing pretty well coming in this direction, and that was a shocker, that one. No grass at all. Gave it the extra grass, but gave it extra speed also for the second one. So she's put in a back bowl, which is not really her role, but however, we'll take it, as Kerry would be saying. Pretty good effort here from Kathy, just going to hang out a little bit too wide. With the dropping of that wind, it's not really hooking those bowls home quite as much as it was earlier on. Now they're just staying out there a little bit on the wide side now. The wind's dropped right away here now at Burnside, so quite good conditions to be playing. It's warmed up a little bit with the wind dropping. Of course, that lifts the temperature.
Oh, just around it.
Barbara Walker is also having a real run at it. She's going to get the jack. She's flicked it in the wrong direction, and those two back bowls of Kerry Heffer's team now come into play. We've got an off-centre jack we're drawing to now. It's been kicked across. So if Barbara Walker, who's about to deliver her second bowl, looks at things now, she'll see that her wide early bowl that she delivered is actually the correct line now that the jack's been shifted right way off the centre line. The bowl that we can see at 12 o'clock there on the screen, that's her first bowl. So now all she needs is exactly the same big wide line that she had. In fact, she's finished her bowls, of course, so now it's Barbara Walker's turn. Of course, Kathy's had her 2 bowls, so I'm talking through a hole in my head there.
I know the feeling.
Kathy's bowl. Oh, I thought it was going to get a little helping hand there, but didn't need it. Good bowl from Barbara Walker, drawing the shot.
Yeah, that's nicely played, isn't it? Gave the bowl plenty of space to breathe. And Jan Shirley on the back end now.
This opens up another good debate, and there's no right or wrong answer to this one as well. Now, so Jan's playing the bang, and so she's playing inside out. So she's playing to come across the centre line to get to the jack, the inside out draw shot as we call it. She made a pretty good job of it, just short of running. Or you play the normal outside in. And another real good debate as to which is the preferred way to play these bowls. And there's 2 schools of thought. The school of thought that to go from outside in is that that you're still drawing like normally. You're not trying to cross the centre line. You're just drawing a little bit wider. But the one of the comments that is quite often made, and it is true, is that you actually end up having to go out onto areas of the green that have hardly had any bowls on them, had no people walking on it, so you possibly find that out there things are a little bit slower, and it's hard to make that adjustment. And then playing inside out, you're playing on the part of the rink that has had bowls running over it, had people walking up and down it, so you're going to get more of an idea of the speed that you're going to need, because it's going to be similar to what you've been playing all along. So it's a good debate. No right or wrong, as I say. It's just a personal preference as to which is the preferred option. But there's been many a good debate about which is the best way to go here, as we see Jan probably trucking a little bit too much.
You sort of get an instinctive feel when you're down the other end, as to what side how you'd rather get your bowl there.
Me personally, and definitely this is not the way I coach, but for me personally, when I was playing, I always had in my mind that I hated crossing the centre line. When I'm drawing, I liked to take my green and be, so that's why I always played the outside in.
Yeah.
Because I just don't like the sight of my bowl crossing the centre line. As I say, just a personal thing, and it's not the way I coach the shot. It's entirely your own individual way of going about it is the right way. If that's the way you prefer, it's the right way.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, isn't it? If you can play a bowl with confidence, that's a win. There's a bit of space here, to be fair, when you see the head from this angle. Probably 3.5 feet between the jack and the closest bowl.
But it is Barbara's team holding a couple here, so Kerry will be wanting to just make sure that her side keeps the momentum going now. Well, she's playing with weight. She's looking for, not quite sure what she's looking for, but none of the shot bowls have disappeared, I don't believe. No, because it's I'm not quite sure whether she was, what she was after, whether she was just chasing the jack. We can see the 2 shot bowls there.
May have been looking for the bare jack in the ditch.
Yeah. Low percentage shot.
See the 2 blue stickered bowls are not going to be added to. Well, if nothing's changed, you would think that the shot selection would be the same.
You're more or less committed. If you've had a go at it with your first one, then you probably need to stick to that shot with your second bowl.
Jack in the bin.
That's what she's after. As I said, low percentage shot. Well, she's going to get nothing. I thought she might have been going to get one of the shot bowls, but very much a low percentage shot there. That's that jack's only a little target, and I just thought Kerry should have perhaps backed herself to draw, have 2 attempts on the draw there to get the shot.
Barbara with a correction to make.
She got the running. Don't think her bowl's even going to come into the picture.
Oh, there it is.
Just at the top.
I was waiting for it. It got there in the end, and it's 2 to Barbara Archer. So it's what they need to be doing. We thought 4 out of the last 5 ends, so that's one of them ticked off, and it's 10 shots to 16 on the 15th of 18 ends here. Good to see some more people down to watch the bowls at Burnside Bowling Club. Free entry, of course, and there's bowls here for the next 5 days. So, I mean, lots of it all fades into one. I've got no real comprehension, but plenty of bowls here at the Burnside Bowling Club, and a lovely place to come and watch the bowls. Matt right back on the 2 metre mark now. It's been, it's not unusual, but it's just been interesting to not really see a consistent length. Ordinarily, if we're watching fours or any team play, you notice a favoured jack length by one or two teams, and I just haven't noticed,
No,
David. Look,
no, you're absolutely right.
I couldn't tell you what the pattern is.
And I haven't even heard either skip sort of, when the leads put the mat down, turn around and say to the lead, right, I want the jack here, I want, you know. So it just obviously isn't a tactic for either team to have a favoured length that they're going to play. It's quite unusual.
Yeah, as a commentator, it's something that you look at and you look to see if you can figure out, see what the game plans are. But the jack length wise, I haven't really noticed. I mean, there's not been a lot of long, I don't remember many 2 metre ones, so both teams have been favouring fair to middling jacks, sort of medium-ish jacks.
Medium-ish length, yeah. This is a slightly shorter one than what we've been playing, but we always used to have what we called our go-to length. At the New Zealand level, every team had to work out what their go-to length was. Now, what their go-to length was the one that they would go to if they were in trouble or struggling a little bit. They have their go-to length, their comfortable length that all four players, if it's a fours team, or the pair, whatever it was, their go-to length. So they may not necessarily play the go-to length during the game. Because they might have found that the opposition hate long lengths, so they'd go, if their go-to length is shortish, they might decide to play long because the opposition is struggling long. But it was always a safety net to have that go-to length, so that if things did get a bit tough, we're struggling a bit here, we're not handling the lengths that they're throwing the mat. When we got that mat, straight into our go-to length mode, which gave them a bit of comfort. This is the one, this is a length that we feel comfortable playing, we know it, and yeah, so recommend that you definitely do that at even singles. Have your favourite go-to length, and I referred, I think it was yesterday's commentary, to Mandy Boyd. Her go-to length was always mat right up, short length, you know. That was when she played singles. And I know there are a number of singles players who have got definitely that shorter length as their go-to length.
Well, Mandy Boyd, speaking of, is one of the most gifted bowlers I've ever seen in my life. Just unbelievably good. It's got a team, and it's not a bad team at this Nationals
Look,
day.
It's a fairly tasty team, isn't it? You'd have to say, yes.
Mandy Boyd, Kirsten Edwards, Amy McElroy and Taylor Bruce are the four, which is just it's just an incredible team. Lost a game this morning, first game this morning, 20 shots to 12. Diane Strawbridge, Dawn Owens, Anne Muir, Evergreen, another Evergreen bowler, and Karina Cooper defeated that team 20 shots to 12, but three comfortable wins yesterday on Thursday, and you would fully expect to see Mandy's team make it to post-section, and you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we broadcast a game of hers, Dave. That's a fantastic force team she's put together for this Nationals.
It is, and before I comment about their team, can I just talk about Diane Strawbridge. And you know, you mentioned Anne Muir, but Diane Strawbridge, she's a wily old fox, that lady. She can play big time, still plays exceptionally good bowls, and Anne Muir, as you say, tough campaigner. And so no surprise to see that it is them that have upset the apple cart with that. Very, very strong. We got four current or former international players in that team. You know, only one that's a current player, but Mandy's been there and done that on the international stage, as has Kirsten and Amy. So yeah, very, very strong team, and I'm pretty sure they'll be there when the whips are cracking.
I wouldn't want to play them. It's just when you can afford to have the 2023 World Singles Champion off the front. I mean, that's a cool team. Oh, this is a nice shot. And not a bad bowl.
Okay, so still 1 to Barbara Archer's team here, and they'll be just wanting to keep their side of the scoreboard ticking over here. It's a lonely one, needs a partner.
Yeah. In this chasing position, you would think if Barbara Archer can go into the last end 3 behind or closer, that's a winnable position to be in. This is a nice bowl. Look at this, just given that room to breathe, and you watch that bowl come all the way back. Pretty to see.
Just looks to be on the tight side again and short.
I think Diane Strawbridge is a talented musician as well, from memory. He plays the saxophone and maybe the trumpet and the cornet.
Oh my word, okay, I didn't know that.
She was learning to play one of the brass instruments in, I want to say, it was either 99 or 2001, and her friends Trevor and Judy Moyle, who play outdoor bowls, won the New Zealand Indoor Peers, and she played a song from the seats of the Rotorua Sports Drome. But she was learning to play, so I'm not sure if it was super duper tuneful, but in celebration of their win. So a nice lady, Diane. Right. So looking to make it 3. Doesn't look like it's got, well, certainly not got the right grain, but perhaps not the oomph either.
Oh, the oomph wasn't too bad.
Just give it more room to breathe.
Okay, so a couple of big bowls coming up here from Kerry. 2 down. Wants to stop the little momentum that Barbara Archer's team got on the last end. Put a stop to any silliness of them coming back and beating us. I need to draw the shot here.
Got that one out nicely.
Has she got the weight? Has she got the weight? Not quite.
Oh, nearly. That can't have been far away.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, she's lucky she didn't punch one of the opposition bowls up. Okay, Kerry's got to make just a little adjustment on her line. Her speed wouldn't have been too bad. She was still just about going to get there. She just needed to be around those short bowls. This is a better line.
She has to be close here.
She's close here. She's close here. Is it going to drop for her? Yes, here it comes. Not quite going to drop inside that, is it?
Oh, goodness.
Very good attempt. Still 2 down, though.
Well, there's 2 out of the 4 ends that we thought they might need. And the score now, 12 shots to 16. And we're on the 16th end. The anti-penultimate end, means 3rd to last. And four shots to score, 5 to win.
Still very much right on it. Once again, no indication from Barbara as to where she wants the jack. So, as we alluded to earlier on, they're just letting it go, and wherever it finishes up, that's where we're playing. This is a very short end, this one, though, quite a bit shorter than what we have been playing, although the last end coming this way was a lot longer than this. So
and it's just intriguing. Always like to hear people's opinions on jack length, and I think there's a a reasonably strong argument that it often depends who you're playing as well. So sometimes if you're playing a team who are very good draw bowlers, you're actually better to vary the jack length, because everyone is trying to readjust to the length all the time. You don't want to let someone, if you know I'm not as good a draw bowler as you, for example, and we're playing a game of singles, why would I deliver the jack to a consistent length when you're going to smother it more regularly than I am? I'd be better to change the length of the head, and I think we underthink how important it can be to set the length of the head in bowls. We tend, particularly at this section play of the National Fours, I'm not sure if we use it as well as it could be as a sport. Something to ponder for players. It's a slice and run there.
I take on board what you say about just altering the lengths to because an opposition is, you've got to be careful you don't muck yourself up. Though.
Yes, that's the danger, right?
That is the danger that you. But yep, the theory is definitely right. If you're handling it okay, any length is, it doesn't matter what the length is. If you're latching onto it pretty well, you're playing pretty confidently, feel confident, then it's a good tactic to have against a good draw player. So if there's one thing that has happened that's made a big difference to this game, it's the fact that Kerry Williams at lead for the Kerry Effa skip team has just gone off her game quite a bit. She was a predominant part of their creating that early lead. She was playing exceptionally well. She's just dropped off the pace over these last half a dozen ends, and it's given the Dunedin team a lot more room in which to operate. So that's one notable fact, that Kerry Williams definitely just gone off the boil.
The pressure it dominoes, doesn't it, in a game of fours, because it rolls from your lead, almost snowballs up, lead 2-3 and skip, and if the lead plays two good bowls, the two's not under pressure, can add or cover, then the three approaches the head, bowl on hand, you're holding a 3 or a 4, and it snowballs up. And the reverse is true. If your lead's struggling, the pressure goes on to the 2. If they miss, the 3 approaches the head, you're 3 down or 4 down. If they miss, the skip's going, well, great. Now I have to play a bowl with no position to try and salvage.
So we've only got one bowl that you would class as being a good one on this end, and that was delivered by Barbara Walker. We see Jan Hall now got the opportunity to add to the count, holding one, and to get a second shot she doesn't have to be terribly close, because all the other bowls haven't been the greatest on this end. She looks like she's going to add a second shot here.
Trying to hold on.
It's not a great bowl itself, but I think it's probably still counting. Okay, Jan Shirley with all of her experience. And this is where you don't look at the head and go, oh my God, this is a horrible looking head. I can draw the shot here. It's just a matter of sticking to your process. Here's my favourite word coming out at long last. Sticking to my process. I'm just drawing another shot on ring 1 at Burnside. Forget what you're playing in, who you're playing with and against, and immerse yourself in your process, and just stick to my process of I'm just drawing another shot as if I was having a practice with myself. It's just going through the process. Draw the shot, draw the shot.
That was a eureka moment for me in understanding the psychology of bowls, is when you talk about the types of goal. So we have our outcome goal and the performance and the process goal. And in reality, if you focus on your process and you get that right, literally everything else it's going to happen. There's no point in thinking, I want to qualify in the national fours. Oh, I've jabbed it on my forehand.
Yeah.
You're better to think, I need to play my forehand. I know it's a big swing. Can I let it go sweet as I know I can? You tick that off, everything else is going to follow.
Absolutely.
You reduce it to nice, small, easily achievable targets. I think it's really, really helpful.
Absolutely.
Bite of
And that's,
information.
yeah. And if we stick to our process and immerse ourselves in the process, see, Jan's played another shocker here. We eliminate. We can then, and it takes practice to immerse yourself and to block out all the other things, and I'm just drawing another shot, but it eliminates the pressure. It eliminates so many things if we just can get used to immersing ourselves, getting our brain into.
Oh. They've packed bags in the hole. See ya.
Well, they've either qualified and they don't need to play their last game, or they're Gonski.
We'll presume it's your first option.
Let's say it's the first option, and they're happily walking out the gate because they know that they are going to be playing tomorrow, but they don't have to play their last game today. So it was hard to tell from their body language which was whether they. Yes,
I didn't get a vibe one way or the other. But
no.
Bowls and bags being trundled out before the day's finished doesn't usually have good connotations. That's when you forget and you go, oh, how did you go today? And they go, look at what I'm carrying into the car park. So not much happening on this end. It's just been trying to...
It's a very poor... For the 16th end of this game, with the conditions having improved throughout the game, then the players would be pretty disappointed with what they're throwing up on this end. It's there's no excuses for this to be as bad as it is this end. Kerry's going to get second shot with this bowl. She's got beautiful speed there, just needed a little bit more green, but second shot, she was possibly 3 or 4 down there, so that's a good bowl to get second shot.
Yeah, nice bowl. Should be happy. Been there's a foot. So that's just to give Barbara an indication of what Jack level is. As we've said, that's a level of bowlers have a love-hate relationship with players standing on the rink, but it'll have been decided well before, and that's a poor bowl. If they hold on, though, they're only 3 down on the second to last end. A very important moment here for Kerry.
Yeah, well, she did well with the first bowl to get second shot, and she just needs to make a little adjustment with her line because her speed was pretty good, and she has given it more grass here.
I think she's close.
She's given it more speed as well. Unfortunately, she's going to go sailing on through. So another 1 to the Archer team. Are now only 3 behind, as you say, with 2 ends to go. It's getting a bit tense here for Kerry Heffer's side.
Oh, it is, and they've had a disappointing Nationals, and it'll be very challenging not to fall into that psychology. It'll be very challenging for them not to go, well, this is just how our Nationals has gone. Of course, we'd have a lead and it would fall away. So they'll need to just keep themselves feeling okay. Leading by at the end of the day, they've done the work. They're leading by 3 on this penultimate end. If Kerry and Co can score on this end, they still have the advantage going into the final end. They've never been behind at any point in this match. They still have the advantage. But the momentum is not with them.
My comments about the weather might have worked the oracle. It's starting to brew up again out there. The blue skies disappeared rather rapidly. So, yep, looks like I've succeeded in bringing the wet. Look at that. It's starting to really... Oh, there's a bit of blue waving in the background there that might, let's cling to that little bit of blueness, shall we?
To anyone in Christchurch, who gets rained on today, I would like you to understand that it is solely the fault of Dave Edwards. We'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be fine. Like I said, I actually spent time in rainproofing the camera equipment this morning, so it couldn't possibly rain. Look at that work. Isn't that brilliant? And a microphone. It's perfect. So nice leading there from Kathy King. 1 on 1 behind. You're right, it has been probably the big difference, isn't it, that we've seen Kerry Williams start off with a hiss and a roar for those first 5 ends and then lose her way a little bit, and we've seen the leading two, Kathy and Barbara, just step up in that first 4 bowls space. Take this end, for example. They're holding the shot and they've got 1 past the head, whereas for Kerry, she's got 2 bowls with good line, but they're both short, so they're not going to be helpful bowls later on in the end.
Absolutely not. No, she definitely has fallen right away. Pretty just going to run through a little bit as well, but handyish bowl from Barbara Walker.
That's a beautiful line.
It is very good grass this time. Just a bit quick.
Yeah, very nicely played. Green. Oh, rinse and repeat. Exactly the same bowl twice, which is that's fine if the first bowl's been in a good position, but it's a little bit more frustrating when it hasn't.
This is a better bowl.
Yeah,
this is a better bowl. Finally got one really handy. And that'll be a bit of a relief to Kerry Heifer to see that bowl arriving.
Should be very pleased. Because when you look at the scoreboard and remember that Kerry's team were 9-0 up. They've scored 7 shots since then, and Barbara scored 13. So it'll feel like they're actually 13-7 down in a game, because 9-0 will feel like it is a long time ago in the context of this game. Jan. Just checking that they've got the shot. She played so well, just about on this rink actually, when her and Kelly won the New Zealand Pairs title in horrific conditions. Played delightful bowls. As you said, Dave, has been a big part of the bowls world. Probably 20, 30 years she's been around at a high level, Jan Shirley. Has a background in indoor bowls as well. I'll get that in there. Played for the South Island team in indoor in the 90s.
Okay.
Just what are they talking about here? Just deciding to play the backhand. Yep.
Yeah, look, it's amazing the number of players who play both versions of the game, the indoor on the little mat obviously where you started your bowls career, and I've got no problem with that whatsoever with people who have started at the indoor and switched to outdoor, because one of the big things that all of those players have learnt is how to take green And, you know, because on the indoor game, you've definitely got to learn that. And so that's one of the big things, how to take green, so how to draw a shot. One of the other big things that I find a lot of indoor players that then switch to or start playing outdoor as well, excellent head readers. Because indoor play, obviously those real tight confines, you're looking at angles to get results off bowls, etc., etc. So read the heads very, very well. So absolutely no problem with indoor bowlers switching to the outdoor game or adding the outdoor game to their repertoire.
I think it's helpful. I would encourage. I play a lot of indoor bowls, so of course I want people to play the game. But I would encourage, if you're a new outdoor bowler, it's a winter sport, and it's very easy because it's only 24 feet long. So the challenge of playing the bowl isn't really there, which is why it's good for your head reading. If you want something to do in the wintertime, you've just started playing outdoor, and you want to speed up your understanding of how your head builds. Indoor bowls is a good thing to just tootle along. They play club nights during the week in the winter. There's a similar amount of indoor clubs as there is outdoor, and it does just helps the head reading, I think. Look at that. That's nice to see a team all standing together. That was perfect weight.
Just about. If she swallowed that jack in the belly, look at those 3 or 4 bowls of her team just waiting.
Barbara knows how close she was there.
To the left of the screen there, they're all her bowls back there. So Kerry really needs to get another shot, possibly first and foremost, but she can do that on the forehand and cover, so she can get a counting shot and also cover those bowls that are waiting for the jack if Barbara happened to snag it with her second bowl.
Right, I'm going to try and draw on the screen again.
Good luck.
So the danger we're talking about is there.
Yeah,
that's where the bowls are.
Yep.
If the jack is trailed to that space, Barbara's going to hold 4 or 5 shots.
Absolutely.
So you're trying to cover that area. If you're Kerry, and she hasn't. There's no point in that.
It's a tough shot. It is a very tough shot because that jack's such a little wee thing. It's not very big, but it's worthwhile. It's worth the risk of trying to play it, to try and drag the jack back to those bowls. They're all getting interested. Oh, she's missed it on the other side this time.
What a mighty effort that was from Barbara, and potentially that's the game. You know, the game may have just slipped away with that miss. 2 inches either way. Kerry can make it hurt a little bit more. If she could draw 2 shots here, it would be a 5-shot advantage.
Right, so it's one, but it's a very, very important one to Kerry Heffer. Now makes it we're about to start the last end of the match, and it makes it pretty tough for Barbara. She needs a 4 to force that extra end, and there have been only 2 4s scored in the whole game, one by the Archer team and one by Kerry Heffer's team, and of course we had that 5 also that Kerry got on end 13 when she was a bit fortuitous with her run shot. Planted one of her own bowls onto the shot bowl and removed it for 5.
And got it was an exceptional result, wasn't it, on that occasion? But when you play with that weight, as you pointed out at the time, if you give your bowl the chance with that speed, that's when stuff can happen.
So it's amazing. We've played 17 ends and Kerry's won 9 of them, and Barbara's team 8. So there's only the difference in the ends won. But Kerry's claimed a 5 and a 4.
Just been the bulk of the points, really, hasn't it? What does that mean? Or shots, bulk of the shots.
Absolutely.
A long end to finish. One that, well, I think this probably is the second long end we've seen in this entire 18-end match. That's a nice bowl there from Kathy King as Barbara tries to build her 4. If they draw this game, they play an extra end, a deciding end. It's going to cut across there, I think, Dave.
Yep. So once again, poor old Kerry Williams started so well in this game, but she really has lost her way over the last 8 or so ends. And it's possibly a time where, as a coach, you might have intervened with Kerry Williams just to have a quiet pep talk with her, you know. What were you doing at the start of the game? How were things feeling at the start of the game? Oh, I was feeling really good. I was going good. Yeah, so what were you doing? Why? What's changed, you know? And just try to get her to get back into that space that she was in when she was playing so well at the start of the game.
You talk about, you've spoken about before, when you're endeavouring as a rank coach or a coach to help players, the questions are more designed to get the players to find the solution themselves, aren't they? It's nice open questions and you try and get them to figure it instead of that autocratic blah. Did you find that, was that a challenge?
Yeah, look, it was, because some people used to say to me, don't come and ask me questions, just tell me. Tell me what I'm doing wrong, tell me what I need to do, whatever. And that was fine. That's the way they wanted to operate. But the others, the ones that, you know, I talked about earlier on, some like to be hit with a stick, and that tended to be those people. They don't ask me questions, just tell me. Others liked the arm around the shoulder and let's have a chat, you know. So you had to learn what your players preferred to start with. But then, yes, the art of asking the right questions. And one of the key things I think that I learnt when it came to that was 2 very good bowls here from Laurel.
That's beautiful bowling.
One of the key things I learnt very quickly was to listen to the answer. Quite often I'd ask the first question and I'm already preparing my second one without listening to the answer of the first one. And yeah. But it's player awareness. It's raising the players' awareness of their own game and their own mindset through asking the appropriate and right questions. And
so we look at this here now, and we know that Barbara needs to score a 4, which is looking increasingly unlikely.
She's in trouble. She's in big trouble. Jan Hall's got to draw 2 close ones, and then she's got to draw 2 close ones herself. So if Jan misses, then you've immediately got to start looking to
find a way to kill it.
Kill the end.
The unfortunate thing for Barbara is that it's a long end, so there's not a lot of room between the jack and the outskirts of the rink, so it's actually quite hard to kill, and the bowls aren't clumped close enough together that you could bounce it off a bowl. So very strong this end here. If you're Kerry Heifer and Jan Shirley, you probably don't want to change too much. You could just draw some nice little cover bowls, make sure there's no space where 4 shots can exist.
Absolutely, yep.
And let the game play itself out.
And I think Jan's trying to kill it already. Yes, they are. They've recognised that they aren't going to get a 4 on this end, so they're going to have 4 drives at this jack here. We'll see if they are successful in killing it.
I find that excellent to see, because I've never understood, it can be quite frustrating when you watch a game in the end, it's clearly impossible on the end to score the requisite number of shots, and the players play the end out. Whereas you may as well shake hands and be finished a few minutes early if you have no intention.
Yes, I hate that.
Of trying.
I hate saying, oh yeah, but we were 4 down and we only lost by 2 in the end.
Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Yes, but you still lost, you stupid person. You know, so yes, it's good game awareness. They've realised we need 4, we can't get 4, we've got to kill it and start again.
Yeah, brilliant. She's close too.
She is close.
She's close. Now, is it going to go out of bounds? That's the question. No. No's the answer. So that's...
oh, what a shame.
That's disappointing, because that's what we was... You know, it's the challenge with a jack on the 2 metre mark.
Yep.
There's not that much space between the 2 metre mark and the ditch. You need to get it to go at an angle, but beautifully played bowl from Jan Hall there, and a bit unlucky.
Unlucky
really
not to have just got an edge of it and shot it sideways out of the rink. Real shame. So it's going to be a win for Kerry Heifer. There's only the skips bowls left to come. She's looking now to see whether she can manufacture a 4 anywhere, but I think it's a foregone conclusion that that's pretty impossible. She would have to get rid of a few bowls off the rink and stay around herself. And
so you can see it just in there, just tucked in.
Just poking its little head above the parapet there. So we can see that, in fact, now one of the back bowls of Kerry Williams is actually the shot, one of her pink bowls right back there. When it comes into view shortly. This is a close effort too from Kerry. Is she going to stop? Yes, what a great bowl that is.
Yeah, nicely played.
So we can see it's 2 shots. Definitely might even be 3.
Very much.
Very difficult for Barbara to get a 4. Impossible, in fact, for Barbara to get a 4 here. So
playing the end out, aren't they?
Yep.
I did see, we posted it on our social media channels. There was a Trans-Tasman from 1984 or something. It was Phil Skoglund playing Keith Poole skipping the 4s. And we had a touch. Australia had a toucher in the ditch. And Phil trailed the jack into the ditch with his first bowl. So there's 3 bowls left to go. And it was in the ditch right next to the Aussie bowl. So Keith and Phil decided not to play the rest of the bowls because it's an unbeatable 1 shot. Second shot was 2 inches away in the ditch. So the bowls were just delivered up to the bank, and we got on playing the next 10. And you almost feel like they could have done that here. You think, well, it's actually impossible now. And there we see the shaking of the hands. And it is congratulations to Kerry Heifer, Jan Shirley, Laurel Cheney and Kerry Williams, who can't qualify, but they have made it a more stressful proposition, haven't they, for Barbara Archer and her team, who need to win their last game this afternoon if they want to make post-section of the National Women's 4s. And on that note, I thank viewers for tuning in. We're back in about 15 minutes at about 3:15. But in the meantime, if you sit back, relax and enjoy some highlights from that game, we'll see you soon.
When someone you care about .nz.
Dear Diary, My move to Summerset has been quite the page-turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says Mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to this, the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2025 Summerset National Fours. We're on the final round of section play for the Women's Fours. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary for this round by Dave Edwards. And Dave, we watched an interesting game last time, and we've got a different one here, which I'll just press the right button on. So because it's the final round of section play, there's been a little bit of a shuffle. So we were scheduled to broadcast a match, but neither of the teams need it. So it's Annette Piper, Janet Oliver, Gloria Michael and Michelle McDonald playing Gail, Marilyn, Lois and Raylene. And it's a must-win game for the Waitarere Beach team, which is the Piper skipped team. They were thrilled to be informed that they were on the broadcast in a second. It's certainly a must-win. It's a must-win game for Annette, Janet, Gloria, and Michelle. So the story for them, the Waitarere Beach team, they lost their first game, won their second, won their third against Pam Walker. That's a good win. Lost their fourth, won their fifth, and need their sixth one. So they've had an up and down sort of event so far. And I'll just get up to date on how Gail's gone. Of course, probably the more well-known team here, Gail Melrose with Marilyn, Constantine, Lois Gray and Raylene Peters. Those are names that have been around the bowling traps for some time, aren't they? Absolutely,
especially Lois Gray, Raylene Peters, two legends of the game from down here in the Canterbury region, and Gail Melrose, of course. And we've got the current one of the current New Zealand coaches and a former coach playing together. Raylene Peters was an assistant coach when I was involved with the New Zealand team, and here's Rails on the mat now. And as I said, she's a legend of the game. It was hugely successful member of a very, very, very good women's ladies fours team from years ago. They won many national titles with Mari Watson.
And they have, I can report, they have qualified. So Gail's qualified, and Annette Piper and her team from Waitarere Beach need this one to make it into post-section.
Okay, so first end underway. See how long it takes them to realise how much grass you need to take out on that backhand, the big swooping hand.
Just taking her time here.
Lois Gray.
So Michelle McDonald, who's the lead for this Kapiti team, is the president of the Raumati Bowling Club, which I can almost hear John Macbeth talk about his club in my ears. So the president of the Raumati Bowling Club is the lead, and Janet Oliver, who we just saw play the bowl, is the administrator for the Bowls Kapiti Centre. So heavily involved in bowls are this entire team.
So a bit of a rough start here, which is, I guess, to be expected. First end, just getting their bearings, getting their lines sorted.
Can just hear, you can almost hear the rain in the ears.
Yes, there is a little bit of pattering down out there. I take the blame.
And I think your fault entirely. No, that's okay.
Yeah, so some local guns involved in this game. Lois Gray and Raylene Peters.
Oh, she's used it.
Got a great result.
Yeah, very good result. Constantine on the back end.
And gone sailing all the way into the ditch.
So a correction to make now for Marilyn on the backhand. Can't be far away here if it holds. Oh, just underneath the line. Exciting to watch some of the results come through, and it'll be interesting to keep an eye on how many qualifiers we get, particularly for the men's fours. If you get more than 64, obviously you go to that next round of play, which means 6 games would need to be played to find a winner. And that's a nice bowl, well played.
Okay, so not a bad head for speed here. Most of the girls have picked up the pace of the bowl. They've just got to sort those lines out now. You can see that speed-wise there's quite a clump of bowls that have finished jack level or thereabouts. And once they get their lines sorted out, that could mean we're in for some good-looking heads in this game.
Gail Melrose. We watched her at the National Singles and Pairs play. She skipped against Taylor Bruce and Olivia Manser, I think was the team. And Gail put on just an absolute exhibition of bowls.
I watched that game. She did. She put on a masterclass, didn't she?
She forgot how to miss, Dave.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. She played really well. Annette Piper. Oh, it's a nice shot. So you can see the Annette's team have the Waitarere Beach stickers on their bowls.
They're holding 2 or 3 here at the moment, I think. Big bowl here early in the game for Gail to try and rescue the situation for her team. It's on a pretty good line to do just that. How much speed has she got? Is she going to get here? Oh, she's not quite going to get here.
Wonderful effort that was. Not to be, so you would say it's at least a 2-shot. They're holding 2 at a minimum here. With Annette a chance to make it 3.
Pulling up short as well. So let's see what the final count is here. 1, 2,
2. 2.5.
If they want more, they're going to have to measure them, I think. Two it was.
So on the first end, they'll be pleased with that. Settle the nerves a little. They've spent most of the day thinking that their last game will be on rink, whatever it was. They weren't given a huge amount of warning that they were now in the broadcast rink, so it'll be pleasing for It'll be pleasing for them to have scored there, because you just settle the nerves a little bit. I mean, a lot of players are now used to playing on television, but there's still, for a number, it's a new experience. And 2 on the first end, a good start. We've just sent Harry out to pick up a camera that was getting a bit damp on a roof, and I see now there's blue sky out my commentator's window, so he's probably up a ladder for no reason.
Yeah, it looked like it wasn't going to be much as it passed through, and got a little bit heavy for a wee while, but no, I think it's going to leave us for the afternoon now, which will be good.
I was very impressed with Harry's one of the people who helps us with the broadcast at Bowls New Zealand. His ability to get up and down ladders has been quite remarkable. I think we've set it up about 3 or 4 times today. Eye support from the ground. It's a bit of moral support's just as important, isn't it?
It was the comments that you made that were quite interesting. The fact that you weren't worried about his welfare. It was just the fact that who was going to do all his work if he did happen to have a mishap while up the ladder.
Yeah. I can't even claim you've taken that out of context.
So we see Raylene Peters about to have her second bowl. Her first one she wouldn't be happy with, but Raylene's actually won this title once before, back in 1995, with a very, very strong team. It was Raylene was at lead with Bev Morrell, who we talked about earlier on in the day, at 2, but Mari Watson, another legend of the game here in New Zealand, and Denise Page was the skip. As we see a very good adjustment here from Raylene. And they were a very formidable side. They won heaps and heaps of titles here in Canterbury, I know that, and they did get their New Zealand title as well. But very strong team. So it's if this team does get up and win, it won't be Raylene's first time at doing it.
Walking away from that bowl.
Lois Gray, obviously another player who's been around for a long time, but the body letting her down a bit now, and she's using the fixed stance. I know she used to be a step. I'm pretty sure she used to step, but unable to do that anymore. It's forced her into a fixed stance.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because that's another thing we talk about with bowls, is we often see deliveries adapted. Your body's not going to stay the same for 30 years or 40 years, so you have to sometimes make those adaptations to a delivery. I remember there was a mixed pairs that Sharon Sims was playing at Central Otago 4 years ago, and she adopted the fixed delivery stance. She copied Mike Kernahan because she had twinged a knee or a hip or something and couldn't trust herself to put the weight on it. So fixed stance, then swing the arm. There are ways of adjusting, aren't there?
Excellent bowl from Gloria Michael there, drawn the shot. They were a couple down. Admittedly, there was still a bit of room, but she was a couple down, but drew a very good shot, just 18 inches or so behind the jack. Just clunked into it, took the speed off it rather than getting the little feather off of it.
Giving it plenty of room to breathe, but we've seen bowls come back from there.
Yeah, not a bad line for this hand. It might be just a tad wide, but pretty good. It's close to the shot. No, just just a bowl too far wide on her line if she remembers that weight, because she's got beautiful weight there. So still 1 to the Piper team. Can Janet Oliver make it 2? She looks to be fair sprinting through the head here. That one got away on her a little bit.
Slightly overplayed. Slightly overplayed.
So Marilyn Constantine now, she had beautiful weight with her last bowl, just a tad wide.
Oh, it's got to be half a chance.
Just look at that beautiful weight again. Both of them have been superb speeds and just not quite nailing the line.
White Very Beach shortly going to have a new shirt design. Viv Hudson informs me, created by Dynasty Apparel, who help out Bowls New Zealand a lot and seem to be a very popular provider of shirts not only for bowling clubs but other sports, and it looks absolutely splendid. So I'll be looking forward to that. It's something we've seen a lot. It seems to be another revolution in the bowl shirts. We went from the whites to coloured clothing, and now we seem to be going from the designs of the noughties sort of through and everything. Everyone's redoing their club strip again. That's a good bowl. Yep.
Yes, did it? No, I think it's hard to tell, isn't it? Measure for second shot, but looks like the white bowl on the left might be second shot, so it could only be 1 at the moment to Annette Piper's team. Gail's going to drop underneath the head here. She won't be happy with this one.
Eventually set one of their bowls up and over. Annette Piper. That's 2 nicely played bowls. It would give me great heart if I was Annette as a skip. You've just put 2 bowls right in the area with perfect weight, so there's consistency there. Then it's just about adjusting for that slight difference in green.
So, important bowl here from Gail. Can she... oh no, she still hasn't sent it out enough. Oh, she might get a bit of a helping hand here. She might get a bit of a helping hand. I think she's made 2 out of that with one of the biggest flounders. Gail, that was a bit lucky. 2 it was. So we're all square after 2 ends, but my word, Gail, very, very lucky young lady there. Slide off the front bowl onto the jack, sliced it ever so slightly, enough to bring in the second shot, and followed through and sat the shot out. So
couldn't have gone much better for a
very fortuitous.
A ball that's on a narrow line.
Those are the ones we politely accept. We do not celebrate, and we move on.
Rainey will be disappointed with that one. It was a good line, wasn't it? Just on that short side. Usually when we just don't quite get the bowl out of the hand as we would like, we find the bowls fall a little short. President of the Raumati Bowling Club Michelle McDonald. Reasonable start.
See if Raylene can make the adjustment speed-wise. The line was pretty good. Still not quite going to get there. Oh no, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well done. You're in there. Well done.
So Raylene's had a long career in the sport. Apart from playing, she was selector coach here in Canterbury for a number of years, and then, as I mentioned earlier, was an assistant coach with the New Zealand squad and selector as well, along with Terry Scott. Really enjoyed my time with those two people involved in the game, two real stalwarts of the game in the country. So Lois Gray now with the, as I mentioned earlier, the fixed stance, but been there and done that in the Canterbury region as well. Looks like she's got good grass here, sent the bowl out on that good arc. Just a matter of whether she's got the running to get all the way here, and doesn't look like she has. So wet weather is another thing that we have to contend with in the sport, and whilst it looks like it's easing off out there now, it's also brings into question a few things here, as we see. Oh, running into the jack there was Gloria Michael. Just a bit heavy-handed, but she managed to snag the jack. Still plenty of room there though. Yes, and the wet weather and how we handle wet weather as bowlers, and one of the things that I was asked a lot, should you dry your bowl before you deliver? And depends on how much rain you've got around, but if it's quite heavy rain, then the answer to that is no. Try and leave a little bit of water on your bowl, and you'll find that you can actually grip it. The danger of continually drying your bowl is that they get very, very slippery, because any sort of sticky stuff that you put on your bowls, any grippo or anything like that, once it's been rained on and you wipe your bowl with your cloth, it's going to take all the polish and all the grippo off of it, and it becomes very, very slippery. So we recommended that you just leave a little bit of water, not perhaps get rid of the real excess stuff, but leave, and you'll find that the grip is very good.
And your fingers go wrinkly as well, which is designed, that's just an evolutionary thing. So that helps you get a bit of, if you're being torrentially rained on a carpet or whatever, you don't dry your bowl and you just let your hands do what they do. You do find you're able to grip a bowl. You're right. Needs it to. No.
We're in the unusual situation in New Zealand too. We haven't had enough rain at all here yet, but the other thing that, and it just doesn't make sense, is that with our greens, they just sometimes, with a little bit of rain on them, they speed up for a while. It's quite amazing, and yet Northern Hemisphere, you get rain and bang, they're already running at only 10 or 12 seconds, and straight away they're down to 8. But our greens, as we see, a very good.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot from Janet. And tucked in behind all those short bowls too, so
she might have made 2 of it as well, because I think that bowl at the back was theirs. So really nice bowl. Yeah, so the effect that it has on the surface is another thing we've got to take into account. And as I say, sometimes initially our greens actually speed up, and it's not until the water really starts to gather on the surface of the greens before it starts to slow the bowl down. Good reply here from Marilyn Constantine. Good second shot, nice and handy.
Yeah, nicely played bowl. Remembering that the stakes are for the Waitariri Beach or the Kapiti team, because Michelle's from Raumati. It's a must-win game to play again tomorrow, whereas Gail Melrose and her other three have already qualified for post-section play. It's an interesting dynamic, isn't it, when you get games like this?
It's one of those ones too where the Gail Melrose team, you need to still stay up and still stay determined and concentrate on trying to win this game, because the last thing you want to happen is lose to this team and show, oh, okay, it didn't matter because we've qualified, and then you meet them in the first round of post-section and they beat you.
That's a story that's happened many a time.
Absolutely. So they've got to keep their foot on the throttle here and try and definitely win this game to eliminate another team from the competition and enhance their own chances. So
Gail Melrose too has won this title before. Must be 10 or 15 years ago now. I think Ruth Lynch and two others. You can tell me off the top of your head when you get to the right page, Dave. I reckon 2011 or 12-ish.
2012.
Ah, yes.
Well done, that man.
We'll call it a win.
Carol Frederick, Ruth Lynch, Gail Melrose and Lisa Helming.
So, no stranger to a pointy end of top bowls competition. A disappointing bowl there for Annette Piper, having played two very good shots on the previous end. But one to correct from, and holding the shot at the end of the day too.
Gail can play this with a bit of confidence. She's got a good second shot and she's close.
Oh, look at this here.
She's very close. She's very close. Oh. Fell in. Oh, another very good second shot. So it's definitely going to be the Annette Piper team scoring on this end. It's just how many. Can she add the bonus here? No, she can't. So just the one shot.
And 3-2 the score. We're on the fourth end.
So for bowls watchers, people who love watching bowls, we've got plenty of it on Sky TV at the moment with, of course, this event that we're post-section show. We'll be showing the post-section and the final post-section tomorrow and finals on Sunday. But in the evenings at the moment, we've got the BPL, the sort of the T20 version of our sport. It's on in Australia. A number of Kiwis have played in that event. At the moment, we've only got the one Kiwi in action, and that's Caitlin Inch. She's playing for the Adelaide Pioneers team in that competition in Australia, being held at the Moama Bowling Club, which is down on the border of New South Wales and Victoria. Beautiful spot it is, a magnificent complex they've got down there. But the event itself, the BPL, very, very good event, high-paced, and some real quality players on display and in action. And tonight's finals night of the BPL.
It'll be a good evening to tune into and watch. How long ago was it where Jo played her bomb in the final? Was it 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, it might even be a bit more than that.
It's one of the better bowls you'll see.
Well, it was a great end.
Oh, the whole end was ridiculous, wasn't it? Because Jack was driven into the ditch to start off with.
And then Matty Flapper drew the shot right on the edge of the ditch and Jo drove him off. Yeah, it was
clean as a whistle. I may have got a bit excitable behind my television set on that occasion.
The Blackjacks, we won that event too way back. Ali Forsyth, Jo and Shannon McElroy were in that team. Fortunate enough to be the coach on the sidelines, and it was once again a spectacular finish to that for us to win it with Ali driving unusual for Ali to be driving, isn't it?
Is it?
Not. But he drove the jack into the ditch, just had to get it either in the ditch or kill it, and we had the game won, and he did it with the last bowl of the match. So a thrilling finish to the game it was, and that's what the format that they're using over there can lead to. Really exciting stuff, and as I say, you would also almost say that it is the T20 version of our great game.
Yeah, it's been good to see the BPL lead the way, obviously, 10 years ago with that style of game, but we've seen other countries adapt it too. We've had versions in New Zealand with Bowls 3-5, and then more recently the Bowls 5, but lots of that short, sharp format game, and it doesn't have to come at the cost of the longer format, more traditional game, as we saw with the cricket T20, which is huge. It hasn't come at the cost of you still have test matches played.
And I still love me test match cricket. And don't get me wrong, I love T20 too, but yeah, give me a good game. So yes, there is the place for all formats of cricket and for our game as well. There's definitely a time and a place for all of the formats.
And you can't see it because the Waitariri Beach team are cold, but I have been reliably informed by Viv Hudson that they're actually wearing the brand new shirt, so perhaps if the sun comes out and it gets a bit warmer, it might get modelled by one or more of that team, but at the moment, a bit nippy out there.
Lois, pretty handy here, very good bowl.
It's a lovely shot. Taylor Redline SRs, that one, at lighter blue bowl. Can usually tell if you look at the grip of a bowl what make it is. I suppose unless you're one of the players who prefer the ungripped bowls, of which there are a few.
Just through the hole, is she? Yes, just a slight rub on the shot bowl, but ran on through. If she'd got the shot ball right in the belly, she'd have stuck around for the shot. But so Marilyn looking to add to the count.
Got that one away very nicely.
Gail's interested, stepping forward to watch this finish because she knew pretty early on that this was going to be a good bowl.
You could sort of tell, literally as she let it go, that it had come out smooth.
Come out smooth, it had good grass, and yeah, beautiful bowl.
Oh yeah, you can see that's the shirt there. That's just underneath the line.
So danger. Gail spotted some danger out on there where she's asking Marilyn to place a bowl past the head and out in that area. Wants the bowl about where her feet are, and it's not too bad as she got the running. Might not have the running to get back far enough. Had the good line for it, but not far enough back.
So if you are Annette, you'd be thinking that the space where you're going to score is sort of around here, isn't it? So is there not a temptation to play on your forehand bowl or jack and see if you can get it back to there, or do you think she'll play? Although
Gail was more concerned about the other side of the rink. She was more concerned about
sort of the bowls
out there. Yes, that's where she was wanting to get a bowl placed. So, but it looks like sort of 1.5 meters behind the head on either hand. It looks like Annette's definitely got the dominant position, so she could play it on either hand, trail it in either direction, and she's got bowls there. So,
and what she's done well there is play it with the weight that adds it to the bunch. So if she plays the same weight again and just corrects her line, now instead of it being worth 3 for the Waitarere Beach team, it's worth 4.
Yep, she did play with good speed there.
Always nice to see those bowls played with the correct weight. Yeah, good shot.
That's good. I might have 3 now. And it'll have something to say about this. If she can play with the same weight and just bring her line in. Oh, she's brought it. She's underdone it. Underdone both things, actually. Didn't have the same speed.
A chance to add a bonus here.
The old bonus bowl, another bowl that causes lots of discussion.
Oh, look at that. See, it picked up speed. We spoke about it about 3 hours ago, but you get a feather off a bowl and your collision bowl tends to run on.
I got a few here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh dear.
6. I didn't realise it was that many.
Didn't look like it was. And perhaps
6 bowls out already. 7. 7. Oh my word. 7 shots.
so the score now 9-3 after 4. And perhaps with the knowledge that I didn't realise there's that many either, to be honest.
I thought
the net may have been better to draw for second.
Yeah, I got confused with one of the bowls of one that he ended up being part of Gail Melrose's team. I thought the third shot actually belonged to Annette Piper, so didn't realise it was quite so bad. Yes, you're right. The attempt to trail the jack should have been the furthest thing from her mind. Just drawing.
The reason we thought it was a good idea is we thought it was a sort of a 2 down to 4 up situation.
Yes, but they were 7 down.
Yeah, slightly different situation.
Raylene got a bit heavy-handed with the jack, so the opposition get a turn at rolling it.
And to speak about Raylene a little more, we've already covered 1995. She was in the winning fours team. I was just flicking through. In 1995, she was also runners-up in the New Zealand singles. So she had an excellent national championship when I was 2. That played a lady called Daphne Hugo, and at that time the women's nationals were 21 ends. So it wasn't first to 21 shots, it was 21 ends. She was defeated 18-15 in a tense final, and Hugo had only played 3 nationals at the time. And last month was the first time she'd ever entered that was the first time she'd ever entered the singles. Had been playing bowls for 10 years and adapted quickly. Apparently she had won the Christchurch Centre singles title the year before, and in the semi-final defeated Mil Pash, and in the quarter-final defeated Marlene Castle. And it was just a special little note here, and you see this often in bowls, but it says she had a special reason for wanting to win, because the day before the final, one of her supporters was the Woolston Park Club's treasurer, Julia Dixon, who left promising to return the next day to support Hugo, and unfortunately passed away overnight. And the club members had tried to keep the information away from Daphne, but she overheard it before the final. And she thought, oh, how am I going to play? And then thought, I'm not going to let it spoil my chances. I'll do my best to go on and win in her memory. So yet another special moment in the history of the Nationals. How
Some
often?
fantastic stories, definitely. Awesome. Great story.
Hear it so often, it's great. And Raylene, 2 bowls, they're all thereabouts.
She won't be happy with them. She'll be grumpy with herself. Look at her shaking her head. Yeah. So 7, that was a big number, 1 away from the maximum. It's amazing the stories you can relate about maximums as well, people getting 8s. And it's funny, in New Zealand, obviously in 4s you drop an 8, okay, you drop an 8 or you get an 8, it's, yep, okay, so for the people who don't get the 8, it's a sad time, and those that do, it's quite exciting to get the maximum. In Australia, they go overboard about it. They give a little 8 badge.
Really?
If you get an 8 in the pennants game or in a club championships, you get given a little badge with an 8 on it. And it used to amaze me. They're quite besotted with their little 8 badges. They can't wait to get back to the club to get presented with their 8 badge. It is quite bizarre.
Yeah, okay. Australians.
Yes.
I don't know, plenty of stories. There's still a, I think it was in the 60s now. There was a New Zealand Fours final. A Cotton was in one of them, and there was an 8 scored, and that made the newspaper. And there was you can find it on Papers Past. There's like a blow-by-blow account of how the 8 built, and it was just your typical one where 8 bowls close and 8 bowls find every gap, and 8 was scored in a New Zealand Fours final, and it's still, I mean, in Auckland in particular, because I think they were Auckland teams. It's still spoken about when you get together around a bar, Lena. It gets recounted. A few generations past now.
Was it? Am I right in saying that they had to get 8 on the last end to win, and it was the last end? Is that
Something ridiculous like that?
I think
Yeah,
it was.
yeah, it was. Yep. Yeah, the losing skip. Maybe have been a Jack Raybone. Is that a person? I think it was him. I think he dropped the 8. He was a well-known Auckland player who had a very good record, and there was a story about like bowls being thrown off a bridge or something afterwards, which again is not unique. Just passing through. I would say that that's a Waitemere Beach bowl at 11 o'clock, isn't it? With that, does it look like a bit of a yellow sticker?
Pretty sure it is, yes.
So that should be the shot, which is what you want to do. If we talk about trying to negate a big number, it's mainly for Waitemere about not dropping another end, because then you've dropped X amount of points in 2 ends, whereas if you can score it all here, you just sort of, you're not allowing the opposition to get that momentum up. Side out.
We a little slide off that front bowl. Marilyn on a good line here. Has she got the speed? No, she hasn't. 2 bowls in the same place. She'll be disappointed with that, or that one ran on a little bit more, but
good to see this game's been played in nice spirit, isn't it?
there's a lot of hilarity there.
Could get the same inside out. Oh, not quite.
So it's the skip's turn, and I think it still looks like 1 to the Annette Piper team. So Carl Melrose, first of the skips to deliver on this end, and she looks way underneath the line here. Might have been looking to make contact with the white bowl and pop the shot bowl off the head. So not a bad effort, very close to the target. I think, pretty sure that's what she was trying to attempt there. So Annette Piper desperately needs another bowl on the head, and it's close here.
Oh dear, yeah. I mean, it's just looking lonely, isn't it?
So
There's all that needs to happen, and I'm going to attempt one more time. All that needs to happen is anything onto that bowl, and that one just pops off, doesn't it?
yeah, well, it hasn't come up on the screen.
Wait,
again,
wait,
you
here we
see.
go.
Ah,
Boom.
there we go. Yep, now you're talking.
I think I turned it. I think I turned it off and then drew on it, because that makes sense, doesn't it? We'll get there. We're a professional outfit at Bowls New Zealand.
She was very close to it again there. Yes, but you were right. That was exactly what she was attempting to do. She missed very close the first time round, and so can Annette
Close.
add the bonus bowl? I think she can.
She's close here. Careful, careful. Oh,
Did it stop in time? No, just the one.
very good. So that's you've not allowed the number that you dropped to be a continuing issue there. You've sort of stopped it in its tracks, and that's exactly what was needed for the Waitangi Beach team, or the Kapiti team. Sorry, John.
So that was we talk about the bonus bowl a lot as well, and how important it is, and it's not an easy bowl to play, because mentally it doesn't matter how much you try and switch on, and you're mentally just in the back of your mind, there's a relaxed mode there. Oh, well, we've definitely got the shot here, or however many you've got. Whilst I'm going to draw a bonus shot, just mentally it's just relaxed a little bit, and the number of bonus shots that people don't achieve, and it's quite interesting. At the conclusion of a game, you always talk about, oh, we just missed drawing another shot on the last end, oh, we nearly did this. Whereas if you'd drawn 2 or 3 of the bonus shot opportunities that you'd had on ends 4, 5, or 9 or something, then you wouldn't even be having the conversation about the last end. So bonus bowls can be so vitally important.
Raylene looking just to find a little bit better. She's been struggling a little just with the weight.
Excellent opening bowl from Michelle McDonald. We'll see in a moment. She's very close. There we go there. Look at that.
It's a lovely bowl from Michelle, considering too that she just about dropped it before delivery and had to dry the bowl. It's a nice recovery to come back and display a good shot, and opting to play that backhand.
A little bit of a distraction behind the rink. That can be when you're looking down your line, and in the distance someone walks past, or someone's doing something in your eye line up on the bank. It can be very distracting, and she definitely won't be happy with that one.
Just found a reasonably amusing article a day from 1961, so the halcyon days of bowls in New Zealand. It's after World War II. This is a beautiful bowl from Raylene Peters, and the returned servicemen had all come home, and bowls was everywhere. We had probably over 1,000 clubs in those days, and it's a report on the Nationals that was held in Auckland on the 16th of January, the Fours. It said Auckland provided, and this is nothing like how it is nowadays, a miserably cold and windy day for competitors in the Fours Championship of the New Zealand bowling tournament on Saturday. But by the end of the 8th and last round, 524 men were prepared to say that there were worse places. Because they were the ones that had qualified. And he goes on to say that after all, were they not the 524 men entitled as men of distinction to form and deliver lofty judgments about Auckland, the winds, the weather and other matters? That's fantastic stuff.
Very good.
And, yeah, clearly the Auckland weather's improved in the intervening 60 years and we don't have those issues anymore.
Yeah, right. Oh, she's going to run into that horrible short ball. No, she didn't just get round it, but I think, personally, I think that bowl's sort of almost right in the draw line out there. Might be better switching to the other side of the rink.
Yeah, well, it sort of looks directly in the way, doesn't it?
It does. She's going to get round it as well. There's Gloria Michael, but I think rounded is too wide and under it's probably going to be too narrow. I believe it's right in the draw line.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look at this angle. I agree with you. I don't believe you can go underneath it. So does that mean that for the Waitangi Beach team it's just about a reaching bowl on the forehand?
Yeah, I think so. Playing with a little bit of a arriving weight on the forehand. But they're not. They're religiously sticking to this backhand. But a little bit of arriving weight on the forehand I think would be the way to go here. Looking to land the shot bowl or trail the jack. See this bowl here underneath the bowl that we feel's in the way, and it cuts right away across the head. The forehand definitely looks the option. So we've got 4 absolute shockers on this end, 4 short bowls. Raylene played the bomb that's sitting directly behind the jack, and Michelle McDonald has got second. Here we are, ran into it. At long last somebody ran into it. Now it's not in the way.
Well, that's the positive, isn't it?
Now they can play that hand. So Raylene's bowl is a little bit lonely. They've got 2 seconds, have the Annette Piper skipped team. Let's see if Marilyn can fix that by drawing another shot. She's not quite going to run it out, I don't think, no. Pretty hard to get at to I mean, I think that forehand shot that we talked about earlier on is possibly not on now because of the white bowl that's dropped in the way. So maybe that it's a lot more weight on the backhand underneath Marilyn Constantine's other white bowl on the backhand side. If you played with weight underneath that, you've got 2 good seconds.
So we're thinking stand by through there.
Yep.
To get rid of the shot bowl.
Yep. It's got 2 good second shots. And I think she's on. That's what she might be looking at too. If she can get underneath this white bowl, she's close. Oh, she's only got draw weight though, I think. Yeah, she's only got the draw weight. She needed good solid weight on that line to remove the shot bowl. Gail's job is to get another second shot, is to get one real handy, either another shot, so get second shot, or third shot,
Yeah, looking good, Gail.
which limits the amount of damage that the opposition can
Found the hole.
inflict upon you if they got rid of the shot bowl. Well, no, she sailed through, so still 2 seconds. But I don't think she's attempting to play the shot that I'm talking about. She's just looking
No.
to draw it off.
We're going to see an endeavour to dead draw it.
Once again, she's going to hook away underneath everything here.
The wait for the dead draw,
About a metre off.
it's not bad. She's done that twice now, but it's 2 very consistent bowls.
She needed more weight.
Gail disgusted with that, disgusted with that bowl.
And rightly so, because it wasn't flash. So Raylene Peters' bowl remained the shot right through the completion of that end. So the Melrose team have hit double figures, 10 shots to 4 after 6 ends.
And I can tell you that Michelle McDonald's husband, Chris, was in the fours team that John Macbeth played in, and they've successfully avoided qualifying, says John. Congratulations. So there's that's Michelle there. The Jack misdelivered again. I stand by my earlier suggested law change. I think, Dave. I'll see if I can talk to someone about it. If you don't deliver the Jack legally, the opposing team should be able to place it wherever it is that they would like.
You'll get my vote.
Well, there's one. That's good. That's where all good ideas start.
Raylene, that's twice now she's thrown the Jack away. That's disappointing on her behalf.
Delivered just about right to the 2 metre mark.
And she took the mat right back to the 2 metre mark too, I think. So we've almost got a full length end here. Not a bad opener. Gone through a metre or so, but could have its uses later in the end. So it's interesting, we were discussing the shot option for Annette Piper on that last end, and I think that's where having a good, strong, competent 3, and this is not being disrespectful at all to Janet Oliver, but that's where your 3 needs to be quite like a caddy in golf. Needs to say, right, listen, this is the shot here, underneath this bowl, drawing right through to weight right through here. A good, positive, and sound and positive sounding call can be a big thing in the sport for the skip. It gives, if you can really relate what you want in a positive and competent manner, it can really instill confidence in the skip to play the shot that you're asking for. Communication between 3s and skips is so vitally important. Skips in their entire team really, but definitely between the third and the skip. Very, very good bowl here from Michelle McDonald.
It's a beautiful shot.
Still there. Jack sat far behind the bowl. Right up to it.
So we see this adapted delivery. That's the right line. I don't think it's got quite the oomph here. the green lovely. Be interested to see, yep. So indicated that the backhand is the way to go. Nice big swooping hand. That short bowl at 2 o'clock was almost a target, isn't it? You think, well, if I get around that,
Around it, yep.
I'll be close. Square. Oh, beautiful bowl. That's a lovely shot.
Managed to make, excuse me, managed to make 2 of it. Just a gentle nudge on Raylene Peters' second shot. And Lois needs to give this one a little bit more oomph, and I wonder sometimes whether the bowl that she played with her first bowl, fixed stance, that tends to be sometimes the mistake that a fixed stance bowler can make, just not giving that pendulum enough of a swing. She's overcompensated here, but yeah, it's very much delivering that bowl, getting the speed, very much a feel thing. A lot of people ask me, tell me some tips to get my speed, and really I can spend ages helping you with line taking and rhythm and timing and doing the same thing every time, but when it comes down to getting the speed of the bowl, it's very much, that's the skill of the game, and that's the feel comes into it, and you've got to develop your own ways of feeling the speed of a green. You can get your technique right, definitely, and that will help and enhance your chances of getting your speed, but there's no coaching bit of advice that you can give that really assists people with getting their speed. In fact, if someone can come up with it, let me know and I'll bottle it and make millions.
Exactly. You just, it's difficult even to describe, isn't it? It's very much a subconscious thing.
Yep.
That you let your subconscious take care of. How hard to deliver the bolt, or how quickly to deliver the bolt.
And that's what, when someone finds that they really are on fire, they're playing exceptionally well, as we see another bowl. Oh, what's she done here? Look at this. Oh, that's a bit of a whoopsie. She might have, yeah, she's given the shot away there, I think.
Well, that's a calamity.
Yeah, she ran with all sorts of speed into the shot bowl, punched it onto the jack. Jack went back, and now it's Raylene Peters' back bowl that she put in that is the shot we can see there. So yes, we're getting back to the subject of speed control. When you are going well and the feel of the speed is there for you, what we try to do is remember what that feels like, and remember how you're feeling. What are you noticing about yourself, and trying to replicate that the next time you go out and play. So can she fix the little mistake that she's made here? She switched hands, gone to the forehand, the open hand. Doesn't look too bad coming home now. Just going to hang out a bit wide.
So, yeah, just an apology there on the crossover. Janet going, sorry.
Yeah.
Not quite the plan. See that nice grouping of the Kapiti bowls. But unfortunately, the jack was popped back.
Through the hole, but, and is she going to beat? No, just going to run into that one. She had pretty good speed, just needed to be wider.
Opting to play the forehand, which is the more holding of the two. Annette Piper. It does need more green than that, though.
Absolutely, she's already acknowledged that.
Oh, there you go. You're coming just under the black one. Here. I'm going outside your white one. Yep. Yes. Yep, just outside mine up to here. Yeah.
Just giving it room to breathe.
Slow down. It'll be good.
Just a bit quick, isn't she?
Yeah. I wonder how much that bowl's worth. Probably not. Not a lot. So we'll just see Annette just try and make a correction. That's a nicer line. How's the weight here? Be in with half a chance.
One more to the Melrose team.
I can't for the life of me, Dave, find what year it was in the, I think the 60s-ish, where the 8 was scored in a National Fours Championship. I know a Cotton was involved. Something in my head tells me maybe Percy Jones was involved. Something happened. So if anyone could let me know, that'd be great, because it's beginning to irritate me. One of the great stories, I think there might have been 2 occasions. So I think there was also an 8 scored a bit earlier with some when a Croatian 4-won it a bit earlier on. I seem to recall reading something where there was quite some excitement because an 8 was scored, but that was during the game. So if anyone could enlighten me, that would be ideal.
Very good opening bowl from Raylene here. There's no two ways about it when the lead gets one handy like that early in the end, well, the first bowl of the end, it really gives your team a lift, just puts the opposition under pressure immediately. You've got the ascendancy straight away. And that's why the value of a very good lead that can do that end after end. And when you get up the levels of ability up into international level and you get leads that do that end after end, it just is such a godsend for your team, and another very good backup. Very good backup.
4-11 is the score.
2 excellent shots there from Raylene Peters. One just in front and one just behind. 2 very, very good bowls. It's not a bad reply here from Michelle McDonald. Just had beautiful speed. So a good hit starting to develop here. Good news is the forecast pretty good for tomorrow for the first day of post section. Alex, as we see another excellent bowl here from this is a good
this
head.
is a beautiful head building, isn't it?
Beautiful head building up for the Gale Melrose team. Marilyn Constantine getting probably the shot itself and making it 3 now. Can Gloria reply with a goodie herself here? It's on a pretty good line. It's on a pretty good line. Have a look at this. Oh, it's just going to pull up short. What a great effort. Look at the state of this head. This is more like it.
Yeah, it's nice head, isn't it?
Okay, Lois, see if you can repeat. It'll be a master stroke if you can repeat your first bowl, because it was a ripper. Just going to run out of gas this time, I think, underneath the head. Oh, weight wasn't too bad, actually.
Interesting.
So now this is where the chess part of the game comes in, especially if you're Gail Melrose. You've got to start thinking about, you've got to put yourself in the head of the opposition skip. What are they going to do here? And whilst Annette has got Gloria having another attempt at the draw, I wouldn't mind betting they'll be looking to play with a bit of weight and disturb this head. So if I was Gail, I'd be starting to think about we need a bowl over the head perhaps, but I think she's just called for another draw shot, but I might have been looking to start getting a bowl over the top of the head. Whoopsie, that one didn't do what she was hoping it would do, obviously, finishing that far short. And this is Annette actually asking for the draw here, and it is on. It is definitely on to draw the shot. However, I think, you know, it's possibly time that she needed to look at disturbing this head a little bit. This is not going to do anything because it's way underneath the line.
Yeah.
And that bowl's a nuisance bowl too now. She's punched it up in the way. So Gail still asking for more shots to be drawn on the head. I might have been tempted to be just getting bowls round the back.
Well, you know that in theory there is going to be an attacking shot. So I suppose the question is, when is it enough? When are you holding enough shots that you're happy to be covering? And I tend to agree with you that 4, when you're 11-4 up, is probably holding enough shots, and you can start just looking to put bowls past.
So Janet's got the right idea with speed, but she's just a bit wide.
Oh, I thought there was going to be an extremely fortuitous result there.
Knocking that bowl sideways into the head. But
half an inch wider, it would have just rolled around. Nice to see her smile.
I think, you know, once again, I think this is possibly shows the difference a little bit between the men's and the women's game as well, Alex. I mean, the men wouldn't have hesitated to have been into that. And this is not being disrespectful to the women's game at all. The women very much rely on the draw, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, there are occasions where you do need some aggression, and I think this is one of those heads where they do need to be disturbing this head, playing with some weight into the head.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. It's been interesting to watch over the years, because you do get different types of heads built. You don't tend to see... I think a woman's fours generally is more impressive at a glance, because you get very packed heads. You know, drawing very well, you can get 16 bowls that literally all rest within a metre, whereas in the men's game traditionally, if there's 16, you might get 12 bowls within a metre, and then someone's killed the end. there's bowls that get scattered everywhere, so you don't tend to get the heads that are left to stay as tight as they are. And I mean, it is an ugly head here because you've got all these short bowls in the way now for Annette. So potentially just a few feet over on the forehand. The left, as we see it, is the.
She's playing the backhand, which is unusual to see what she's hoping to achieve here.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
She has got the bowl, the fifth shot there out on the right-hand side of the screen. It's sort of 2-3 o'clockish that is her bowl. She may be looking to push that into the head or use it, getting an inside edge off that bowl into the head, but I just thought weight on the forehand, ditch weight on the forehand, arriving into the head, opening it up, scattering some bowls, maybe getting a dream result.
And what ends up happening is you wait a little bit too late and the shot disappears. Okay, that's nice and clear. So you're looking to clear from Annette's point of view. You're trying to go around the shortest bowl. Yeah. This could be exceptional. Needs it to let go. For that shot, that was a very fair effort there. An attempt at playing that backhand shot from Annette Piper. Thank you to the Living Bowls Encyclopedia that is Grant Hassel. I can tell you, Dave, that it was 1965 where Percy Jones defeated Jack Raybone, and then I found it in my book. So 65, it was P.E.B. Jones, A. Cotton, I knew there was a Cotton somewhere, G. McRae, and D. Miller, and the 8 was on the 19th end, not the 25th.
Right.
But thank you very much, Grant. That will no longer. I can sleep tonight.
And you're right about Grant Hassel. What an encyclopedia of our sport he is. That man, fantastic knowledge and can be relied on to come up with the goods for you, just like he did then.
Oh, it's brilliant. I can sort of remember the things. They're just there. I get key points, but it would be nice to have a slightly more encyclopedic memory. And the score now 15-4. We're nearing the halfway mark, and if the Waitarere Beach team, with one Raumati player off the front, are to qualify in this event, now is probably the hour. You're 11 down, halfway. Start scoring.
Yep. It's time, definitely. They're digging a bit of a hole for themselves here. I think you and I both agree they played that last end wrong. Once they were 3 or 4 down, and it ended up being 4, they needed to be looking to destroy the head, and failed to do so. Conceded the 4, and now they're 11 shots behind, and a lot of work to be done.
Interesting.
Yeah, look, I am frustrated, Alex, with these players not taking their green on that hand. They know that it's a big sweeping hand, and all 4 bowls are finished narrow.
Maybe this time. Oh. Going to join the bunch. So an opportunity for either team to take the advantage on this end. If you just allow your bowl to come back and draw the shot, because we've got these 5 short bowls in the road. If you've drawn the shot, you're likely to tuck the jack around the corner a little bit. It'll be very hard holding shot to beat if you can get one close here. It's a good line. Perfect line even.
I remember one of my grumpy old skips back in the day. We had a big swinging hand and I was playing it, and he said to me early in the game after a couple of my bowls crossed the centre line, and I was playing 2 in the 4 for him, and he says to me, every bowl of yours that crosses the centre line you're gonna shout me a beer after the game. He says, if you keep going the way you're going, you're gonna go broke. But it was quite, and it was comical, but it made me think about it, and it made me focus, and from then on, a couple of times I over greened the bowl just to make sure I didn't, but generally for the rest of the game I was staying on the correct side of the centre line, and he complimented me on it at the end of the game. I think I only had to buy him one beer from memory.
Oh, lovely. That's good. That's whatever works, isn't it?
Of course, back in those days as well was when we had the big turning bowl, so you really had to take some green. You were forever interfering with the rinks next door, your bowl passing through the middle of their head or the edges of their head.
I can remember Kevin Hicklin talking about a National Fours that was hosted at what is now Royal Oak and was then Waihanga, and he said there must have been the quarterfinals and that we played 2 at a time because the green was running slick enough that the administrators thought if we have 4 games going here it's going to become too challenging with the bowls crossing over, so they split it into 2. It's a far cry from that nowadays.
This is another bowl that's not wide enough, and she might be lucky and grab the jack here, but it's definitely not wide enough, and she's going to get lucky and grab the jack and get the shot out of it. So the skips off up to the mat end. Go Melrose to play first, Virtue through winning the previous end. Let's see if she'll take some green on this backhand. That looks pretty good. Don't know about the speed though. She got the speed to get here. It's not a mile away. It's not a mile away.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Just might not be shot. No, they've still one down, but it was a genuine attempt.
Oh, beautiful shot.
This is a good bowl. This is a great bowl.
Oh, that's even better. What a shot from Annette Piper. She'll be happy with that one.
It's level. It's half a bowl high. Half a bowl high.
Brilliant. That's nice, isn't it, to see?
Beautiful. Took the grass out, it went, drifted back. Awesome shot. Yeah, Gail's got good grass again here too, so how far is she going to come this time? Has she got enough weight? She's close. She's close here. What a great reply from Gail Melrose. And it falls in
it's
for
magic.
shot.
Out of nowhere, this game is absolutely lit up. And it has to be a forehand shot here for a net piper. Bowl or jack?
Absolutely, and yes, they're calling it. Janet is calling the correct shot here. You've got to come down here, look to land the bowl, touch the jack. We've got those bowls waiting in behind. And Gail Melrose has picked up where she left off from that pairs game earlier in the year where she was outstanding. That was a great bowl, that was.
Just exhibition level
And
bowls.
they talk about, so another 1 to Melrose takes her to 16-4 lead after 9 ends, so we're halfway through. And we talk about the skipped shots, and we used to say it's quite often not how many and how often they're played, it's when they're played. It's when the big bowls from this game, and that was a great bowl. 2 down, here it is, the repeat.
Just brilliant, wasn't it? Look, I mean, that shot there would be ordinarily unbeatable. Well, you would consider it to be a pretty safe
Yeah,
shot.
And then look at this. Look at the reply from Gail Melrose. Superb shot.
Outstanding.
2 excellent skip bowls.
Yeah. And look at their reaction from Gail is like, oh yeah.
Ho hum.
Oh, well done. And that's a very good first bowl too from Raylene.
I thought, gee, I don't want to get told off.
I think the joke there is the fact that Raylene kept the jacks a bit shorter, thrown a bit shorter, because she didn't want to try throwing a long one because she was scared she was going to throw it out again, like she, or throw it in the ditch like she had done earlier. Very good reply there from Michelle McDonald, keeping Raylene honest. Rails is pretty close again here.
Oh, that's exceptional.
Oh, that's great leading. That's brilliant leading. Look at that. Side touch. A great bowl from Raylene Peters. 2 excellent lead bowls.
This is interesting. It was in 1964 and it was an unsuccessful proposal, but there was a proposal to introduce an award for bowlers who have won all 3 national titles. So that went to the New Zealand Lawn Bowls Association, and in 1963, or 64, which is around the time, maybe the compromise was to do the medallion for 5, because it was around that time that the gold stars were introduced at a national level. An award for all 3. Wouldn't be many that have won your 4s, your singles, and your pairs.
Yeah.
Lovely leading. I mean, look at these 4 bowls, absolutely beautiful bowls, and that was my fault for. Sorry, Lois.
Yeah, sorry, Lois, but you apologise, but at least the green's right. Look at all 5 bowls. They've nailed their lines. Okay, Lois missed her weight rather drastically there, but you're right. There's no, because the line has been so good, the line was so good from Raylene's 2 bowls, there's no real target for the Annette Piper team to be looking to aim at either. It's just 1 bowl targets as a result of the good line taking. Good adjustment here from Lois. Looks to have better speed this time. She's up on the head. Pretty close. So still, that might be a third shot now. Probably a measure for the third. They've definitely got two, the Gail Melrose team, courtesy of Raylene Peters, two good lead bowls.
Oh, this is close if it lets go.
Yeah, this is in the area.
This is close. Come on.
Oh, excellent bowl. Might be second shot.
Agonisingly short there.
What a great looking head we've got here now. All the players have fallen in love with this length. There's just a couple of loose bowls that were delivered short of the head we can see there, but the rest of them are all very, very good. And this one looks like it's another one that's not going to be too far, just going to pull up short.
I love that grouping there from the bowls. They're all there or thereabouts. Lovely end. And as you said, it's actually hard to play anything other than a draw shot here, really, because the head's so tight and so narrow. You're only really drawing yourself out of trouble. Might be wise to try and miss wide and short a little bit. You know, you'd want to err on the wide side because that's giving your skip a shelf to use later on. Try and widen that target. Needs to clear the front, and there's a real chance of something happening here. Look at this.
Oh yes, great
what a
shot.
That's
great
a beautiful
shot.
bowl. That's you've made recompense for an earlier end where we saw Janet pop the jack back to drop a one. That's a absolutely millimetre perfect bowl in a situation where that's literally all she could do. Well played.
That was all she had on. You did right. What a great bowl.
So the question is for Gail is if she hits this bowl, does the shot bowl go past the jack clean, or is it snicking the jack on the way?
Looks to me like it'll go clean. I think that's a good shot option, although that hand is pretty tight. That is their own bowl in the short, and that's where she is playing. Their own bowl short there. She just needs to perhaps promote that into the head. Just a bit too wide for it. But promote that. They're only one down after all. I mean, it's not panic stations by any stretch of the imagination, but she can just promote their own bowl that's just a foot short of the jack into the head. Could land on the shot bowl and stick around for shot, or get it onto the jack. They've got the white bowl of Marilyn Constantine waiting there to collect it as well. So I think there is a couple of options on that forehand, and as I say, they're only one down. Once again, yep, she's turned her back on this one pretty quickly, has Gail Melrose. She knew she'd overplayed it again. And so now a chance for a bonus bowl. Just might be tracking a little bit quick too. Yep,
It's hanging in there, this Kapiti team. Scoring a 1, so the score now 5 shots to 16, and we're on the 11th end of a potential 18.
Once again, here's the shot. What a great shot it was. Perfect weight, just a little slither off their own short bowl onto the jack. So that deserved a result because it was such a well-weighted and, you know, well-delivered bowl. So great result. No real dramatic change in length here from Michelle McDonald leading away here. Hasn't changed things up dramatically as far as the length of the end is concerned.
Now the sun is well and truly out. So we did send Harry up a ladder for what appears to be no reason. But my point is, now the sun's out, it's nice that you can see the Waitanere Beach, their new shirts created by Dynasty Apparel. Been a popular place to get your shirts from for a few years now for bowling clubs. Also created a shirt for the Nationals that we sold quite a few of before the event. It was a red one for the fours with the names of the clubs involved sublimated on the shirt, and if anyone's interested in purchasing one of those, I believe they're still available on the Bowls New Zealand online shop as a memento. Sort of testing the waters there and see how it goes back to the sort of souvenir shirt situation which we had many years ago. I think Raylene a bit bemused at her bowls.
Yes, after having a superb end, the last end, she's going to be a wee bit haywire. Well, after the brilliance of the last end, the players have abandoned ship here. It's
not just a bizarre lawn bowl, just a bizarre game, isn't it?
You can have an end like we did last time, and you think, oh, here we go, and then all the players have really struggled on this end, and we've got, we need a wide camera lens to see all the bowls here.
Was a good line, but just reaching past a little too far.
This is better. Still ran through 3 feet or so, but good enough for shot from Lois Gray.
Well, half a chance of something interesting. We've seen that shot a few times in this game. Sort of narrow and heavy through through the jack, and she's reset the head, popped the jack way far to the left as you see it. This wouldn't be a kill, would it? Huh.
What on earth happened there?
Well, the jack was spewed to the left, and now there's a conversation about whether it is whether it's killed or not. But I think they're saying it's inside. It's not killed. Just disappointing because I've recently remembered I have a kill graphic that I could have used yesterday, but forgot about. So it'll have to stay unused for another end. This conversation, Dave, is a perfect illustration of whether you would play across the head, so on the backhand, or trying to sort of navigate your way around the short poles, or play on the forehand, which is to the left of your screen, out into unplayed territory and back in when the jack is spewed out to the side. Oh, look at this.
She might kill it.
Look
oh
at
no,
this.
she's dragged it back in. Touch her on one end and a touch her on the other.
Is it in? Yep. Okay. Yep. Had pretty good weight last time, probably that much more.
I think there was a, can't remember where it was now, where it was a player, the jack had been spat way out to the edge of the rink, and every player had a quick look at it, and yes, it's still in, it was right on the line, and a player was drawing the bonus shot to win the game.
Oh no.
And killed it. He drew a toucher, then his bowl flopped onto the jack, toucher, and popped the jack out of the rink, and the end had to be replayed, and they lost the next end to lose the game.
That's even worse.
Yes, it was at a big international event too. I just can't remember the exact details now, but yes.
It sounds like the stuff of bowler's nightmare. You play a beautiful shot to win the game with a bonus bowl and nudge the jack an inch out of bounds, and it's all ripped away from you. Cruel. There we go. Annette Piper playing to stay in the tournament. Remember, they trail by 5 shots to 16. They need to win this game to qualify, so playing to stay in.
That could be another shot. Yeah, that'll be 2, I think.
Oh, I would say so.
Don't think she sent this enough. No, that's going to pull up way short.
Should be disappointed with that.
It was a good way.
Keep the weight the same. Just looking to keep the weight the same. It's going to run out of oomph.
Have we got second shot? Pardon? Have we got second shot? Yes. What do you reckon?
I think Gail's going to try and chip this ball out based on that the ambient mic. We just heard her say, have we got second shot? And Marilyn said, yes, have a go. So let's, I think we'll see some excitement.
Not quite going to get down enough to get to the bowl. Will she get the jack though? No.
Gave it half a chance. Wasn't
So it was just the one. 1 to the Piper team, brings them up to 6, 16, 6 now after 11 ends. 7 ends to go, 10 the difference.
dear.
So coming this way the last time, we had that excellent head. Let's see if the girls can replicate that again now. First away, it's Michelle McDonald. She drew two pretty handy ones, but was outled on the last end coming this direction by Raylene Peters. Looks like she's gone trucking past this time. Might have overdone the green this time, Raylene.
Yeah, they had two beautiful bowls coming in this direction 15 minutes ago. I found the article about the 8. I feel like I've spoken about it enough in the broadcast, but if anyone's interested, I'll post it on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page for your perusal. It's quite a lengthy article. It was a big news, the 8 shots that were scored by Percy Jones and his team in 1965. So I'll put that up on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page upon the conclusion of this broadcast, and we'll see if we can't generate some conversation and memories from it. Very loose end building here. Well, building's a big word. It's a very loose end here.
That's another shocker, isn't it? Oh my word! After the way they've, that maybe that end was the aberration, the good one. I can't blame the conditions anymore. It's whilst it's just a gentle breeze out there now. It's not windy, and they've 12 ends. Maybe they're getting a bit tired. End of the day, third game.
Yeah, and they've had a full day yesterday as well.
Concentration levels might be lagging a bit.
It's holding a long time, as we know that hand does. Little feather, or just about. It's more like half of the bird instead of a feather there.
So at the moment the shot is held by Annette Piper's team, but it's a long way away.
Clean run? No. This is getting a bit strange now.
Yeah, and look, the only thing I can put it down to actually is the tiredness. I mean, it must be they're just getting a wee bit worn out, and just the concentration levels are dropping a bit, because they're all much more capable players than what they're displaying on this end. And we saw that earlier in the coming this way the last time. The head was fantastic.
Oh, just a little bit of information for you. I can tell you that in Section 4, which has the defending champions, Dale Rayner, Karen Guilford, Reen Ballas and Linda Ralph, and also that team we spoke about of Selena Goddard, Bri Atkinson, Jana Savov and Terry Blackburn. Both of those teams have won 3 games and lost 2, so need to win their last game to qualify. Qualifiers in that section as it stands are Bronwyn Stevens and her team and Claire Hendra and her team, but there's a chance that Selena Goddard skip team and the Dale Rayner skip team might not make it through to post-section of this year's National Fours.
I think Dale Rayner needed to win all 3 today. She
did,
yeah. So done well to win the first 2. Just got to now bring it home and win the last one. The team they're playing, can you give us that information in the last round as to whether they need it or not, and just how?
I absolutely can.
Good boy.
They're playing Wendy Toohey, Vivian Marshall, Renelle Vandenberg and Margaret Anderson, who I don't think they can qualify.
Okay.
So that's a bit stressful for Dale.
Yep, they'll be out to spoil the party for Dale, no doubt.
Mandy Boyd, by the way, is through with her team after they got 4 out of 5, so safely through. That Fours team we've spoken about. Just quietly wouldn't be surprised to see them feature right at the end.
So I think we've got 2 or 3 shots here to Annette Piper's team, but still plenty of room for either skip to have an influence on this end. And it had pretty good speed there, but just too wide on that hand, which is the narrower of the 2 sides of the rink. Okay, can Gail play another bomb like she did coming this way a couple of ends ago? Oh, it was actually the other end, in the other direction, wasn't it? That's right, but can she play another bomb here to rescue her team from a bit of a precarious situation? Raylene Peters.
She's done it.
Raylene Peters is interested. Is she going to get second shot with this?
Must have.
Close to second shot anyhow, so that's a big help. Yes, it looks like it is. She got the jack here. She got the jack. This might not work too well for. Oh, look, you know, it's gone straight past everyone's 2, and they have got the back bowl there. So they've got. She's gone from 1 up to 1 up in a different place on the green. Yeah, so
a much better one. Look at the wall of. There's a great wall of China up front.
It is.
How are you supposed to get through that? Nothing's touching, so you can't try and plant anything up. Maybe you just try and draw it on the forehand, perhaps, but that's
forehand draw. Definitely the forehand draw now. Round everything. Big swooping hand out there. Right round everything.
Scattered bowls.
Sure, she's trying hard here. She's trying hard. Just pulled up.
It was a beautiful line, and 1 to Annette Piper, so they're chipping away at this lead that Gail Melrose and co garnered, and the score now 7-16. We're on the 13th end of 18. The Kapiti Coast team need this match to qualify for post-section tomorrow. Gail Melrose already comfortably through, and it looks like potentially a doable proposition at this stage if the ends can keep ticking over in favour of the Kapiti team. They should be within striking distance by the time we get to that last 18th end.
And interestingly, we've had 12 ends, as you said, and 6 ends each they've scored on. But of course, the big glaring thing was that 7 that Gail Melrose picked up on the 4th end, and she also got a 4 on the 8th end. So
it's 11 of the 16
11
shots
of the 16 shots in 2 ends.
Another piece of information from around the traps is that one of the favoured teams, Ellie Forsyth, Lance Pascoe, Shannon McElroy and Craig Tinker, I believe Ellie's on 9 and Shannon might be on 4 titles, so it's a big team. Need this one to qualify. They've lost 2 games. They need to defeat Tony Fabling, Zumi, Paul Matheson, Adrian Robbins and Kevin Greenwood, which is 3/4 of the winning fours team, isn't it?
That's right.
Tony Fabling must have come in place of Rodney Graney, who won in Central Otago a few years ago. They have to defeat them to qualify.
That'll be no easy task.
Absolutely not.
Great opening bowl from Raylene Peters. Toucher.
I would imagine that when Shannon played Tony in that now notorious national single semi-final at Carlton Cornwall in 2019 and was 15-2 or 15-3 up and lost 21-20 in just this epic game. I'd have visions of that if I now have to play Tony a few years later and win the game to qualify. That's the sort of win that sticks with you for a while. Unbelievable game of bowls that was.
Another good one from Raylene Peters. 2 outstanding lead bowls again. So she's been going in fits and starts, Raylene. She's had a couple of ends like this and then a couple of ends where they come out of a shotgun. Sprayed all over the place. So no real consistency from either lead. I guess the big thing about Raylene, when she does get close, she's been getting real close.
That tends to, that's how it tends to have been, isn't it? You're either she's either spraying them or it's 2 within a foot from Raylene. You sometimes find that too with bowlers who've been very, very good, as Raylene was. We know she's won a national fours and was runners-up in the New Zealand singles, and you get perhaps a bit later in your career, it can be still the class shines through, but just not as often as it might used to have done so. Looking like a pretty safe couple of bowls there, to be fair, at this stage. If it stays up on the paddock, it's brilliant. That's a good shot there. Very handy space. See the double teapot. That's usually not the sign of a good bowl, the double teapot. Reminds me, I'm sure I've got some tea. Kenya bowled's the way to go from the Bell tea, Dave. If you're wondering, that's I think, in my opinion, the nicest black tea. It's got a good straw. It's got a bit of a kick to it. This could be brilliant. 1-2. Oh, you're joking.
Through the hole.
Where was the gap? She played that well.
She did play it well, yep. looking to add
Careful,
an
careful.
Oh, she's probably lucky she got that little feather on the bowl. Otherwise, she'd have been poking the jack out of that beautiful position that it's in there. Created a bit of hilarity up there amongst all the players.
This is what you can see from the player's end. And now that bowl's been set over a couple of times, it looks a little bit more inviting, I think, for just a reaching bowl on the back end. Something like this could get a lucky result here, inside out. Oh, actually literally got a feather, but not quite enough one. Does look inviting for Annette to just reach through.
This is where I think Gail's comment, just a draw please, and not like the last bowl with the wind sailing through the gap. Yeah, another handy bowl, that'll be another counter. So a big job here for Annette Piper to rescue things for her team. 3 down on the head, 9 behind on the board. We're getting to the nitty-gritty ends of this game, so she's going to have to pull pull at least one of her 2 bowls, pull out a good one to help save her team. Even if she gets second shot, would be a good result for her. Definitely doesn't want to drop a number on this end, otherwise things are starting to look a bit dire.
Yeah, they've been chipping away nicely, but as we said, I think in the first game, 18 ends is enough time for 1 recovery. It's not really enough time for 2. You can't afford to let that ground that you've gained slip away, because it often just makes it that little bit out of reach. If they keep doing what they've been doing, they'll be within 3 or 4 on the last end. If they drop a number here, hard to see.
Yep. So beautiful speed with that bowl. Gale hasn't got enough green here, or enough speed for that matter. So still the 3 shots. So same speed. Yep, great call there from Janet Oliver. Your weight was perfect. So Annette just needs to make that line adjustment, and don't bring it in too much, because it does come home nicely on that hand, as we know. She's close here. If she's got this, she's a bit quicker. What a shame. She had much better line. She was just quicker.
And there, it just feels like it may have up and gone.
Yep, it definitely, especially if Gail can add the bonus here. This definitely looks like 3 at the moment. And she's got a good grass line here with this bowl. Has she got the speed though? No, she hasn't. That's going to pull up, so. Three it is. And that might be just a bridge too far, I think, now.
You would think that it should be enough to hold on to with the players of the experience that we see with Gail Melrose and Marilyn and Lois and Raylene.
Five ends to get 12 shots. Is the hard ask for the Kapiti side.
Yeah, and again, it's probably... I'm not even sure if they could afford to lose another end, actually, Dave. I feel like you probably have to come home with five to win the next 5 ends if you're the Kapiti Coast team to be a realistic chance, because if you lose another end, no, I don't think you can. I think they have to win the next 5. And probably 5. They need to win the next 5, and there needs to be a 3
somewhere in amongst it. Yeah,
3 there somewhere, or you're going to be too far behind.
The only way they would be able to drop another end is if they happen to get a big number themselves, and by a big number I mean a 5 or a 6. And we've seen 1-7 in this game already. That was scored by Gail Melrose's team on the 4th end. So it's possible, but just not sure if they're grouping the bowls well enough as a team to be able to get a number. So a good first bowl from Michelle, but she had to change her hand with the second bowl, and that proved her undoing there, just dropping it short and narrow.
It can be frustrating, can't it, as a lead, when you've played a perfect first bowl and then someone gets in your way and you think, oh, I was just going to get down and do the same thing again. This is close.
Yeah, good bowl from Gloria McDonald.
That's outstanding from Gloria. What a beautiful bowl.
Michael, I should say. Excellent bowl.
Beautiful shot. Aerodynamics, it's a tighter line. And, well, they're doing everything they need. Well, they're doing everything they need to do. I just do feel that 18 ends doesn't allow that second comeback. It just, they're perhaps a bridge too far gone, but we'll see. Stranger things have happened in the sport of bowls.
2 real good shots I've got there now, and Lois has sent this out far too wide again. That might not even be back on the rink. They're checking to see. Okay, can Gloria Michael repeat the brilliance of her first bowl on this end?
As you say, you just try and think about how did it feel to play that bowl, and it felt something like this.
She's done well.
Oh, outstanding.
2 very good bowls.
They still want to be playing tomorrow, this team, fighting away.
Now this is just inviting a drive. In my opinion, it's just, the head is set up. Bowl, bowl, jack, bowl. It's inviting a drive, and we've got a bowl that's not going to reach the head.
When we see it, particularly from the player's point of view, it almost looks like a forehand drive too.
Forehand drive, yep. You can start your aiming point at the inside edge of the third shot, as we see there, the bowl on the left. And swings back a heap. It gets both the other bowls, or if it
any of that target area.
Any of that target area there.
You're fine. You know, you could hit literally that bowl, or that bowl, or the jack.
Or the jack.
and you'll be okay. You know, there's such a wide target area here for Marilyn. I agree with you. I'm surprised not to see.
Surprised they're not.
An attacking shot.
And she's not wide enough again here, so...
Also surprised she's on the... Yeah, I'm just generally surprised about everything about that bowl.
So, at least if you were driving, you would be reaching the head. And I mean, those 2 bowls were really, really ugly. So surely there'll be a chat as they cross over here, and Gail will be given the instructions by a couple of the other players. Don't you think we should be into this? Don't you think we should be
And now
attacking?
we've waited too long.
Yes.
And the forehand's harder to play than it was.
Yep.
Oh, that's a sniff of an opportunity here for the. I think that's literally the chat. That's
There we
literally the
go.
chat.
Look at that. Marilyn arrived up the head and says to Gail, like this, why don't, waving a hand at it saying, let's wipe these out. And, she should have suggested that herself when she had the opportunity herself. And that's what I'm saying, communication, because as you pointed out, looking at it from the mat, Marilyn would have been seeing that big target area there, and she should have been saying to Gail, look, I can see there's a big target here, why don't I have a go, Instead of that, she wasted her 2 bowls, finishing short and narrow. And this looks like it's only a draw shot as well.
I don't understand.
No, I'm sorry. This is this is baffling me. This is.
Well, we said, to be fair, Kapiti needed to find a number somewhere, and they're about to hold 4. They could score a 5.
And that draws another 2 here, and all of a sudden that 5 or 6 we were talking about, but she's played the narrow hand. She's played it far too wide. Looks to be a little bit more determination in this bowl, but it's still too wide. No, she's still only drawing. She's going to get a close 4th shot. That just, I can't work that out.
Yeah, I've got nothing. Bewildered. Well, I usually am bewildered, but more so than normal. I think, you've played 2 days of bowls, perhaps just a bit tired, but this should be 4 here.
Yep, that's 4. You've let them back into the game.
I'm going to see a measure. So this is for the 4th shot. Yeah, it's in for 4. And just through, this bizarre end where no one played any shots from the other team. The blue team just didn't play any. They literally just didn't play any bowls. And half a chance it's a live chance here. 11-19. So you trail your Kapiti. You're trailing by 8 now. It's the 15th end. Instead of having to find 3s and 4s, it's 1s and 2s to make it interesting, and all the opportunities in the world.
Oh, now she's thrown the jack in the ditch, unfortunately. So, yep, really baffles me there, and that could be the difference once again, as we talked earlier on about the difference between the men's and the women's game. The men would have been hoeing into that big time. I mean, the fact was that they had to draw within about a foot to get a reduction in the count. Anyhow, enough. Moving along.
It's always good to keep commentators guessing. Be boring if they did what we said every time. Raylene, who we've seen be either very good or not quite as good. So I was just wondering what we get out of her hand on this occasion. So how long was she a part of the Bowls New Zealand High Performance coaching group for, Dave?
Would have been about 5 or 6 years, yeah. From
Did it cross over with any of the World Championships?
yes, Raylene went to Adelaide in 2012 as an assistant coach, and to Glasgow in 2014, and World Bowls 2016. So, yep.
2016, along with the 28. Oh, that works, yeah. World Bowls Championships remain now two of the greatest moments for us as a country, New Zealand, and the World Bowls events. I was reminiscing when, upon Val's retirement, and I've found obviously her and Joe won the Peers very convincingly, actually. It was a very comfortable win in that Peers final.
It was, yeah.
Found Val winning the World Singles in 2008 at the back green here at Burnside.
Yep.
And it just looked like it's just a special moment, isn't it, that sort of stuff? It's alongside that, there's that famous photo, I think, when Shannon won the World Singles and you were there in your capacity as the coach of New Zealand, and you both look a little bit pleased at at the effort.
Yeah, some special memories for sure.
So 8 down.
Looks to be a pretty good bowl here from Lars. Is she going to get there? Yes, she is. What a good shot.
That's a well played bowl. That's a very well played bowl. It means your opposition is going to have to play a properly good shot to score on this end, and still it may feel, and it does feel like the momentum is with the Kapiti team because of just how bizarre that last end was. But if you look at the scoreboard, Gale and Co are 8 shots up. If they score once, they've probably done enough here.
So the qualifying rounds coming to a close, and the nitty-gritty of knockout post-section play starts tomorrow. 8:30 start again in the morning, and the draw, no doubt, everyone will be hovering about their phones later on to see the draws.
The draw will be out when the draw is out, and no sooner. Whenever it is that is, Dave. I'm looking to see if Colin has any indication, but he's just sitting there tonight. It'll be out tonight. Brilliant. That'll do. But, yes, it'll be out on Bowls Hub, and with the beauty of modern technology, every person who's involved, we get the email addresses, so they get regular email updates, and you'll get an email with the post-section
look
draw.
at that shot through the hole. Unlucky there. Yes, yeah, look, as you're right, as you say, modern technology is great that can keep that contact with all the participants, so they know when the draw is out, and they can excitedly look and see where they're playing and who they're playing. And
it means the communications become easier and easier. Yeah. As we've progressed with the bowl sub system. It was good at the Nationals, actually, because we had a couple of, and I know it's rare for Auckland, but traffic-related issues, so we were able to give fair warning to players that were
a fair
impacted.
few things that are rare for Auckland.
Isn't that strange?
Rain
Yeah,
and wind
yeah.
and traffic's a rare. Oh, right.
All
okay.
three. Sometimes all three together. A little further in one pass. So then, Carpenter need to find a way to score here. It's going to be on the forehand, probably, just reaching through.
Yeah, they're It's not looking good on the head for them at the moment, that's for sure. They do need to change something up here. As we see Marilyn Constantine playing her last bowl of this end. It's not too bad either. It's going to come to a nice position just in behind the head and will be a counter.
So the warning bells will be ringing for this Kapiti team because Gail Melrose and her team have gone, well, that was enough of the strange stuff on the previous end. Let's knuckle down and play bowls again, and they've done so here. It's a good head.
After the last end, holy.
Oh my God, it's John Macbeth. He's arrived. Here in the background, providing a commentary for the Waitariri Beach team. Right, if we get a wave out of John. Look here, John. Look. No. No. It's like he's never been on television before. We tried our best, but he's just disappeared in the background. Great to have John competing at this Nationals as opposed to stuck with me in the commentary booth. And as he said, his team successfully avoided qualifying in the fours.
He's a real asset to the sport as a commentator, but also he's been president of his club up there in the Kapiti, and he's a real ambassador for our sport, no two ways about that. And I know he played a lot over the years with Grant Nisbet as well, another of our renowned commentators, who no doubt will hear his dulcet tones on the rugby game later tonight, perhaps. Big game tonight between the Crusaders and the Chiefs here on Sky Sport. Looking forward to that one. But yes, Grant and John played a fair bit of bowls together themselves, yeah.
Yeah, handy bowlers, and John, limitless energy, done a lot for the Raumati Bowling Club, and although no longer the president, still heavily involved. As we see, this bowl's pretty essentially to salvage this game here from Annette, and she's in the area. She's got the weight.
She's close.
I think she's very close. I think she's done it.
What a great
bowl.
bowl.
Wow. Oh, what a bowl.
Great bowl.
Well done. That's to keep the hopes alive.
We're out here if it comes over.
Gail won't be short here.
I hope not.
No, she won't. She'll be bowl or jack.
For her team's sake, I hope she's not short.
You're at least a metre over.
Yep. Looking to sit the ideal shot is to sit the bowl. Jack movement, it becomes a bit of a lottery as to where it goes out the back there, but if you sit the bowl, she's in the area here. Oh, she didn't have the weight we talked about. Oh no. Oh dear. So one shot.
And 12-19 the score, as the Waitariri Beach team continue to chip away at this lead, trailing now by 7 shots with 3 ends to go.
It's still doable.
Certainly is. Certainly is. It's been interesting. The 2 games we've broadcast have felt very similar. You notice that?
Yes.
You've had one team that gets out to a big lead, and the other team's just chipped away and made this effort at having a comeback.
So we've now got the situation where the Kapiti Coast team have scored on more ends. 8 of the 15 ends they've scored on, but it's those 2 bad ends, a 7 and a 4, that are haunting them at the moment.
So it illustrates how important it is to try and stay as consistent as possible when you're playing in a fours team, because if you can help it, you'd rather not drop like 4s, 5s and 6s. 1s and 2s are okay, an occasional 3's not the end of the world, but you drop a 5, a 6 or a 7, and that requires probably 3 ends work to negate. And as you said, it's, I think, was 11 of Gail Melrose's shots was scored in just 2 ends. So that's huge scoring power in just 2 ends. And it's taken so many to try and get back within Kui, and still it's a 7-shot difference. Lovely weight.
Good bowl from Raylene Peters. Gets the shot with that bowl.
Turn, she says. Turn. Oh, listen, but not quite enough. So leaving that blue stickered bowl there for 1. It's a lovely line given to this bowl. It's got a chance to work its way back to the centre.
Another genuine attempt from Gloria there. Nicely positioned in behind the jack, but still 1 shot to go on Melrose's side. Gray trying hard here too. Yep, that's another handy bowl. That's another counter. So going to spot a bother again here, Annette Piper's team, and they, as we've mentioned, definitely need to score on these last 3 ends if they're going to get up and win this game. So like these next 4 bowls from their team, the 2 that Janet Oliver's going to deliver and the 2 that Annette Piper's going to deliver, at least a couple of them need to be effective. At least a couple of them, and that's one that's not. Beautiful speed, just a bit wide.
Gail just asking for both. So that's really good illustration there. You saw a lot of the bowls were finishing to the left of the screen, and we've seen it quite consistently to the right of the screen as you see it now. Quite consistently today, where this hand away from the clubhouse has been quite true, and there's been a breeze that must be blowing from the left to the right as you see it. But more bowls narrow than you would like to see. Often we've had heads that have built when people have played the forehand side coming this direction, where the majority, like 70 or 80% of bowls, have finished across the centre line. Not ideal.
No. This is going to run into the short bowl.
Hit that one. How far is it going to go?
So now there's only 2 chances for the Kapiti Coast team to get out of a spot of bother here. They're 2 or 3 down again, and there's just the 2 bowls of their skip to come to rescue the situation again. It's almost, if she can't get at least second shot, And it's almost shake hands time.
Handy bowl there. Oh, what a beautiful camera shot. You can see there that was also the scoop. I like the scoop grip in aero bowls. It's innovation. It's probably been around for 3 or 4 years now, but the grip itself is probably in by ½ an inch on the bowl, and the intention behind it was to allow, you can see it there, it's to allow you to go a half size or a size up from what you would usually play with if you use the grips to hold on to the bowl, because it essentially is allowing you to hold on to the bowl a bit better. The whole thing revolves around on you using the grips though, Dave, so if that's not where you place your fingers, it doesn't work. But if it is, it allows you just to go that half size to a size up, which is generally considered, sometimes it's helpful to do that. You might not get blown around in the wind quite as much.
Yep. Okay, here's Annie's first attempt, and no, she's a bit...
Could get a miracle.
Oh, she might get a result here. Yes, she has. Oh, my word, that was very lucky. She got the shot out of it, and that was a bit of a flounder. Yeah. But it's what was needed. A rescue was required, and she duly delivered. Not quite in the orthodox manner, but still take it.
The bowls gods deemed that it was something that could happen.
Yeah.
Reach the head, Gail. Keep running. She's had such good line often, and it's just been missing that gallop. You know, another metre, and it could have been a perfect bowl. I can think of at least 3 or 4 times in the last half hour or so.
So she can draw a bonus shot here. It will keep her team in the game. Oh, there's no bowl out there to get a rub off of this time, unfortunately.
Gail with a chance. She'll just be reaching on the backhand again. You'd be thinking to yourself, I'll miss at least a metre over here. I've got bowls to rest on.
She's got short bowls of her own.
She's close.
She hasn't got the speed again. She's not even going to reach the head. That's a poor effort. So one more to the Piper team.
13, 19. We're on the 17th end. Penultimate end. And a fascinating game. It's not been a pretty game of bowls, but it's been an absorbing one as we've seen this Carpety team.
I've got a little theory too on Gail Melrose. Just one thing, and once again, it's just an observation, not a criticism. And as we age, sometimes people can't get down as low as they would like with their delivery, and she very much does drop the bowl from a little bit of a sort of 6 or 8 inches off the ground, drops the bowl, and that just will immediately take weight off your bowl when it drops like that. So that could have been some of the reason why she's dropped short on occasions here when she shouldn't have been. Just that little bounce that she gets with her bowl.
Be disappointed with that one. Raylene now. This is very close.
Yep, good bowl here from Raylene Peters.
would have been hoping to be past the head with both of those bowls, Michelle McDonald. And I reckon this will be within a foot, this bowl. I think Raylene will have sniffed a little bit of blood in the water.
Oh, big call. Big call. Tell you what, you're not going to be far away. It's a pretty good line.
Oh no.
She's just going
Stop,
a wee bit,
stop.
is she?
Whoa. Still good leading though. You
So
know.
that's one B, Romy. Yep, nothing wrong with that. Good handy bowl with her first one and then over the head with the second one. If you can't have two real close, then one close and one over is definitely a very, very good second prize for a lead.
Shorter gear, more pinched than short, isn't it? It's just underneath the line.
Beautiful speed, in fact. Yeah, just
nice line. You see, that's my blocker.
No, I don't think so. I thought about that.
Gloria Sane on the back end. It's a shorter end, but it should still come back to that centre line. Just not sure how the weight is.
yeah, she's played it pretty well.
The weight is pretty good. It's a nice shot. Well
Nice
played.
handy second shot. Lois should have seen that bowl, that second shot drew round that short one. So that's how much grass you need to take on this hand. Oh, she's overcooked it though this time. That might not come back on the rink even.
No, it's not going to.
When we talk about the confines of the rink, the little red markers you can see in the background there, that's the rink boundary peg, just that marking behind.
New Zealand, we have some of the narrower rinks, don't we? We tend to. So I know the international rink is quite a lot wider than what we would ordinarily play to fit our 8 rinks on the greens that we have in New Zealand.
Yep. Normally the most international tournaments you play 6 rinks to a green, and therefore they are a lot wider. There is a minimum width that a green has to be. I'm not sure what it is or what the maximum width is, but it's quite an expansive, so quite a difference between the minimum and the maximum.
With the wider rinks, was that often a conversation or ever a conversation? Because it would change, wouldn't it, how easy it is to kill the end, I suppose, because you have the wider rinks.
That's the big thing. It reduces the number of kills because the jack's got to go a lot further sideways to achieve the kill. So you've always got to be aware of that, and that's where if you have a head that is close to, a head that is close to the ditch, always got to be aware of those back bowls.
So jack on the 2 metre mark would just about be nigh on impossible to kill with the internet, provided that it's a straight, there's not bowls in the way. It would be very challenging to kill the jack, because you just about have to get like the finest edge of it to try and get it out the side.
It's just the one shot at the moment to go on Melrose's side. Courtesy of Raylene Peters' lead bowl. The pace of the crossover even getting a little bit slower. The ladies are getting a bit tired. The walking has got slower and slower.
It's been a long day.
A long 2 days, yep.
But importantly, you were correct. Almost, essentially no rain. I'll let you off. I would say it's no rain. Just enough rain to put Harry up a ladder, which is all the rain anyone ever needs. This is close.
She might get the jack here.
This is close.
That's heading in her own bowls direction. Let's have a look who's got the bowls right at the back.
She's popped it back, and it is...
Could be one.
What is it?
I think it could be one to her team right at the very back.
Oh, the holding one.
No.
There you go.
Oh, it's actually Marilyn's bowl at 9 o'clock there on the screen. I think the white one that could be the shot.
It's given it a lovely arc. Down to the weight now. It's perfect green.
Yes, she's drawn another shot anyhow. I think that'll be good enough for another shot.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's done enough for 2 there, which
So
will put them on 21.
The most that Annette can get here is 1. Unless she trails it towards the very, very back bowl there, which is hers, which would give her 2, but the most she can score is 1 here, so I think they're definitely going to struggle now. That would mean they'd need a 5 on the last end to get a draw. Well, that's her own bowl she's running to there, but unfortunately, no, it's not gone anywhere near the jack. So at the moment, I think it's 2 to the Gail Melrose side.
Draw the shot and you can't be beaten. You shake hands. We'll be finished perfectly at 6 p.m. Well, she's let it go smoothly, Dave.
Yeah, the dropping of the bowl tends to be more pronounced on her backhand side than the forehand. Yep, there's another counter. So, yep, out go the hands. There we go. Shake hands time.
Brilliant. And that was a good game, and congratulations to the Carpety team, really, because it was a battle, wasn't it? They dropped a 7 and a 4, stayed in it all the way through, and have just been defeated, not by a huge amount, really, in the context of things. Thanks for joining me, Dave, in the commentary of that, the second day of section play. And viewers, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow at 12 o'clock with coverage of post-section of the Summerset National Fours. You can find post-section draw later on tonight on Bowls Sub Aotearoa. But for now, that's it for us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights of that game.
Thank you for doing that. It must have been boring for you. I know.
But no, you guys get the
Oh,
it was
God. Terrible moment.
No, it was great.
when some
Dear Diary, my move to Summerset has been quite the page-turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says Mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.